1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Start spreading the news. Okay. Go.
Okay. So basically, what you do is you simply push this on one side.
One.
It's already. Okay. So, when I come on, I'll tell you when. After the cigar guy, I will come and sit here.
3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Παίρνεις πολύ δυνατά.
What do you think about the lighting? Should we
1, 2, 3, 4. Τώρα το μιούταρα. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ναι. 1, 2, 1, 2. Τώρα το έχω ανοιχτό να μιουτάρω και τα δύο.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats so we can start. Ladies and gentlemen, Kalimera, welcome to day 2 of Luxury Hospitality 2014 held here in Athens. Once again, I'm very, very sorry about my voice. And last night I didn't smoke any cigars, so you can't blame Mr. Sahakian from Davidoff for my voice today. It is wonderful to see you all today. I hope you enjoyed your evening at the Acropolis Museum, one of my favorite museums anywhere in the world. I was up early this morning to read the newspapers from the UK, and I was very, very pleased to see on the front pages photos of Amal Alamuddin, otherwise known as Mrs. George Clooney, as she starts a 2-day tour of Greece to basically advise the government of what they can legally do to get the Parthenon marbles returned here. This is good news. If you think that they were taken in 1816, I think they'll be returned by 2016. It's up to the Greeks to get this done. There are other museums around the world that hold some of the marbles, the Louvre in Paris, museums in Copenhagen, museums in Vienna and Munich. They need to be returned as well. And we also have to remember that things like the Rosetta Stone, the Egyptians want that back, and the Benin bronzes, that should be returned too. The British government are basically saying, and the British Museum, that they shouldn't hand them back because they own them. But precedent has been set. The Tasmanian ashes were returned to Tasmania to the Australian government a few years ago after an intervention. So, I think in 2 years' time, the marbles will be back here. Now, yesterday, we gave you an insight into what is happening in the luxury market here in the Mediterranean. And today, we're going to look at the worldwide picture. So we're going to start off today, as we did yesterday, with the World Luxury Index, which was first launched last year in Lausanne. So I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Samad Laroussi, the holder of the chair of the Luxury Hospitality at the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, and Mr. David Sadiq, the founder and CEO of the Digital Luxury Group.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be back for the second time. As briefly mentioned yesterday, if you remember, I mean, most of you were probably present, we had a focus on the Mediterranean countries. The idea this morning will be to share the results at a more global level, so covering many different countries, more destinations, and so on. So let me maybe directly start with some of the quick background check. So just as a quick reminder, again, 70 brands for this study as well. 485 million searches were analyzed, 900 international destinations. As yesterday, data has been crossed with the STR, Smith Travel Research data, and most of the searches comes in this case from Baidu and Google. I think all of you remember the fact that we are using search, and the idea behind search was to avoid the bias and the traditional type of market research. And I think if we just go quickly through the different categories, we remember that we had 3 different segments. One was the upper upscale segment with brands such as Hilton, Sheraton. Second category called luxury major, which Sofitel, Ritz-Carlton, and so on. Third category, luxury exclusive, with Four Seasons, Kempinski, Mandarin Oriental. And the good news is that if you look at a global level at this industry, you can see that on the last 12 months, the number of searches, aka the search interest, has increased globally by 7.7%. What does it mean? It means that if you take all the hotel brands we mentioned before, amongst the 3 different categories, there is an increase of 7.7%, which is a really good news. Now, even more interesting, if you look at the breakdown, and again, keep in mind that this is the location from where people are searching, okay? So currently, if you take the digital landscape in terms of search, the US remain super important. More than half of the searches are coming from the US market. That's something very important to know. Then you can see like a few different interesting things. The British market, 10%. You can see actually also China becoming bigger and bigger, nearly topping the Chinese market with 9% currently of the searches coming from there. But look at the number in green. That's the important number. China, despite all the, let's say, difficulties around either economy or the political situation and so on, you can see that on the last 12 months, the searches from China increased by 40%, 39 to be precise. So that's a very interesting, not only trend, because what we firmly believe is that this growth will continue coming from China. There are like different reasons. Maybe we'll have the opportunity to discuss a little bit more later. But that's something like which is really important. And last but not least, you can see the case of the German market with 9%, minus 9% on the last 12 months of searches coming from the German market. Now keep in mind that this is at the global level. Again, for the 70 hotel brands we have seen and the 900 hotel destination. My last slide is something that most of you asked us last year to say, what's the breakdown if you take the 3 different categories that you guys have? What is the breakdown and which category is growing the fastest? So here you have a good example of the exact weight of the upper upscale category, 56%. And you can see that this category is growing around 8% year to year. You can see the luxury major being 25%, growing at around 6%. And the biggest growth is coming from the luxury exclusive category, which is currently growing at 9.6% and representing 19%. Yeah, I know, a lot of statistics in the morning, huh? I can see. So the last is 9.6% increase, which represents 19% of the global. So that's in a nutshell the key highlights at the global level. Now I will let Samad present the detail.
Okay, good morning. So if you remember yesterday we had the focus was mainly by destination. So actually we started by looking at what are the most searched destinations associated with our luxury hotel brands. So today we're giving you the global picture. So if we combine, so here what are the most searched hotel groups, meaning that if we regroup the different brands within their parent company, who is the winner? So we have Hilton with the Waldorf Astoria, Conrad, Embassy Suite. This is part of the luxury and upper upscale. For Starwood, we have St. Regis, W, we have Westin, Sheraton. So for Hyatt, we have Hyatt, Grand Hyatt, Park Hyatt, and we have the new lifestyle brand called Ondas. So these are the 3, let's say, top hotel groups most searched on the internet worldwide. So if we look at the other competitor, those who are behind, so we see that we have Marriott International, Four Seasons. It's interesting to see Four Seasons with only one brand being at the 5th position. After that, we have the Intercontinental other brands. If we look back to last year, we wanted to see what is the most, let's say, fastest growing company. What was the most active company and generated most of interest? Actually, it's the Shangri-La. Shangri-La Hotel was the first hotel brand generating a lot of interest, plus 20% compared to last year. Four Seasons is doing quite well, 40%, and Hyatt 30%. The average is about 8%. So above 8%, we see those who are really the winning and those who are below. Okay, so Shangri-La, I think it's a well-known brand now with the 80 properties all over the world. It's a Hong Kong-based company. It's interesting to see that it was ranked first most popular brand in China, in Singapore, in Taiwan, in France, because they just in 2010 they entered the European market. They opened their property in Paris. Last year they were very active with the Shard in Shangri-La in London. What we have, most interest is coming from China. Of course, it's one of the most popular brands in China, US, UK, and Singapore. If we look at the fastest growing in terms of source market, something interesting is to see that the Brazilian market is showing a lot of interest towards Shangri-La, and there is no Shangri-La in Brazil. So we discussed yesterday what are the potential implication also of the search, and one of them is identify new destination or new opening. So this is an illustration of how certain brands generate awareness or interest, even if they are not present in these markets. Remember that in our case we have a list of brands and we associate certain destinations. So when we look at Shangri-La and the other destination, the first one is most searched is Singapore, followed by Paris, Shanghai, and Bangkok, and Dubai. Now if we put all the brands, the 70 brands together, we'll see what is the top 15. So here the most important idea of actually the World Luxury Index and the benchmark we are doing is to see year after year where is your position, how it was evolved. You can link it to your marketing spending. So here you can see, I don't know if I can put the light. Equal means the same situation as last year, red is minus and green is plus. It's interesting to see that the majority of the situation remained quite stable. But if you look at the brands that are increasing, Omni Hotel, +4. We have Vivanta by Taj, Indian brand, +2. Dusit, Thai brand. Oberoi, +3, another Indian brand. We have Shangri-La, we have Mandarin, we have Peninsula. So the most interesting information from this slide is also, David mentioned that the Chinese customers, luxury customers, is reality, but on the other hand, Asian brands are becoming also a reality. A lot of them are expanding to Europe, but all of them are gaining, every year they are gaining importance and awareness. So if you now break it down by categories, actually the situation didn't change from last year. We have Hilton at the first position, Sheraton, Westin in the category of upper upscale. Luxury major we have Ritz-Carlton, Intercontinental, Grand Hyatt. In the category of luxury exclusive, we have Four Seasons, Shangri-La, and Lois. So if we look more in detail about Hilton, Hilton is really the most searched hotel brand worldwide, able to catch 70% of the global demand, mainly driven by the Chinese market. I think they have they have 36 properties, but they have on the pipeline. Also in terms of numbers and pipeline, I think it's the biggest chain in terms of future opening for next year, based on data also from STR. So the brand is growing +4%, mainly, as I mentioned, driven by the Chinese customers. What are the destinations most searched by associated with the brand? London, New York, Chicago, Hawaii, San Francisco. If we look now at Ritz-Carlton, it's #1 in the category of luxury major, ranked 5th brand, also catch almost 5% of the global demand. It's interesting to see that the Ritz-Carlton is quite popular in emerging market, Arabic countries and Japanese. You see that last year it's driven by India, +57%. They have some opening there. China, 40%, and the UAE at 90%. Also now ranked #1 in different countries. I mentioned Japanese, Saudi Arabia, #5 in Singapore, UAE, Hong Kong, and Qatar. What are the destinations associated with the brand? We have Naples in the US, New Orleans, Singapore, Amelia Island, and Orlando. The third category about luxury exclusive, Four Seasons still leading the game. It's really an iconic brand. it's important. Even last year was really growing fast, and now we see that the fourth brand globally, knowing that the other, like I mentioned before, the other groups, they have different brands, but Four Seasons is able to compete with other categories. The growth is about 40% growth. Of course, Four Seasons invested a lot of money in terms of online presence. They recreate their website. I don't know if you're aware, they did a lot of different luxury experiences. If you go to their website, it's a really interesting one. So it's still leading the game. So it's ranked number 3 among Russian customers and top 10 in different countries, among them including China and the US. Most associated destination with the brand: Bora Bora, Maui, New York, Chicago, and Hawaii. So, yesterday we already talked about the potential implication of our research. There are many of them. We talk about how we can use in terms of brand tracking, how we can use in terms of marketing at different levels, at the corporate level. We presented yesterday the relationship between the search interest and the hotel performance data that could be used at the property level in terms of revenue management. So for today was just to give you an overview, a global picture about kind of a geopolitics of luxury hospitality. The conclusion is the US market still important and recovering compared to last year. The Chinese luxury customers are more and more reality, and it's not only about luxury customers. We have now also brands that are coming from Asia, and they are going to destination where these customers go. Because we know that sometimes Chinese, they don't stay in 5-star hotels in Europe because they consider it's low value for money. But now we see more and more Asian brands, so we need to watch them. Thank you.
Thank you, Samad. Thank you, David. They've been on both days, and both days they've given us some very interesting information. Now, I was doing some research into what is the most bought item in duty-free around the world. And actually, it's a book. Now, this is something I always forget to buy. When I go onto the plane, I usually have nothing to read. So, I end up reading the airline magazine. Most of them are pretty dull, but one that I do like, apart from Aegean, of course, one of our sponsors, is the one from British Airways, High Life. And I've been reading it for years. So when I got the chance to invite guests to this event, who would I want to have here? Maybe the editor-in-chief of the BA magazine, High Life, who is here today. Kerry Smith, please come up on the stage. Hopefully these are working. Good morning, Kerry.
Good morning.
Who did you fly over with?
Aegean.
And did you read the magazine?
I did read the magazine, yes.
And what did you think?
Well, I'd quite like to get my hands on it.
Okay.
It's funny because it's obviously showcasing Greece, but I just think there was a lot missing for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Is design very important in a magazine?
Yes, it is. I mean, basically, for an in-flight magazine to work well, you've got perhaps 3 or 4 hours of someone's time to really engage them. And you don't have any right to be bland, and you don't have any right to be sort of like a corporate newsletter either and just drive people to book their next holiday. You've got to be engaging, you've got to be interesting, because there's so many other factors that a good in-flight has to compete with. So it has to compete with the books that people bring on board, magazines, newspapers, tablets, sleep. So it really has to be engaging. The design's crucial, the writing's crucial, it's got to have good ideas, it's got to have a great front cover, it's got to drive people's interest through every section of the magazine. Now,
one of the reasons I kind of lost my voice over the weekend is because I flew British Airways. And and something that's changed is that you're allowed to use your iPods, telephones, etc., on landing and takeoff. And that used to be the prime time to read the in-flight magazine.
Yes, indeed.
You must be worried.
Well, I'm not really. It's fair to say that our readers are very much technophiles. They have a high propensity to use their iPhones, their tablets, their e-readers. But every single piece of research we've done shows that they prefer to have a printed magazine. They don't want a digital magazine. They want it to be printed. And it's a really important part of the in-flight experience for them.
Okay, we'll come on to that in a few moments. But first of all, give us your CV, please.
Okay, I've spent 16 years working in British journalism, and I've been lucky enough to work on some of the major titles in London, from The Independent through to Marie Claire. I actually started my career at Marie Claire magazine as PA to the editor. And for those of you who've seen the film The Devil Wears Prada, it's actually a pretty accurate portrayal of what goes on. And some of my more bizarre duties included finding one editor a potential boyfriend. After that, it got better. I became celebrity editor, and then I moved to the London Evening Standard as deputy lifestyle editor. And then my job prior to starting at High Life was features editor on the Independent newspaper, which I'd always loved, and it was a real sort of like highlight of my career. And I was doing everything from setting up interviews with Hugo Chavez through to writing pieces on why Bridget Jones style knickers were back in fashion. So yeah, huge and very varied. And I spent the last 8 years working on High Life magazine.
I'm sure everyone's interested in that, but they do want to know, did you find the boyfriend?
Do you know what I did actually? Yes, and they got married.
And they got married?
Yes, and then shortly after that they got divorced. So
Is that when you lost your job?
No, I stayed on.
Now, how many flights a day do British Airways have? And how many people actually fly on BA per year, approximately?
Well, our monthly readership each month is 3.2 million. So, I'm not sure actually.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's huge. And that was one of the daunting things about taking this job was when I worked on The Independent, although I loved it, it was actually, you know, newspapers, they really struggle for readership. It wasn't a massively read title. And so going from The Independent to High Life, where there was actually 3.2 million readers monthly, it was actually quite daunting.
But you have to keep everyone happy all of the time.
We have to keep everyone happy all of the time, yes, yes.
Which isn't easy.
It's not easy, and I think for a magazine to be successful, it has to really know its audience and its market. Because if you don't know who you're writing for, you can't speak to them in any meaningful way.
And how often does this magazine come? Is it once a month?
Yes, it's monthly, yes.
And when is the actual changeover? Because I'm always flying on really weird times of the month, and I always look out for when the next magazine comes up. Is there one day in which every single aeroplane changes the magazine on that day?
Yes, it's always the first of the month.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. And how's the magazine evolved over the years? I mean, when did it start, and why did it start?
Okay, it started, it was actually launched in the midst of an economic crisis when people really needed to dream and to escape, which is something I'm sure everyone here can relate to. The year was 1973, and Britain was in the midst of a huge oil crisis and stock market crash. And at first, the airline thought it'd be utterly tasteless to launch a magazine called High Life. But then they realised that, you know, it had to be aspirational, it had to be inspirational. And so they did go ahead with the launch, and the magazine that was launched in 1973 was very much aimed at its jet-set readership, who were really sort of like falling in love with travel. In the 80s and 90s, as travel became a more worthy occupation, it became much more of a travel magazine and really helped to define the genre. After all, we predate titles like Condé Nast Traveller by some 15 years. But when I took over as editor, I just felt that travel journalism hadn't really evolved in any meaningful way. And I have a confession to make. When I was at The Independent, my least favourite day of the week was Thursdays when I had to oversee the travel section, because most of the time it was just dull, it was badly written, there was nothing inspiring there. So I felt like travel magazines hadn't really moved on to take into account like a post-TripAdvisor, post-Instagram world. And there was a real deep-seated cynicism from readers about glossy magazine features that would run over 8 pages and that would basically do little more than recount what journalists had got up to on their free holidays. So my challenge was really to sort of like reinvent the magazine for a new generation, but hopefully keeping the old generation. And so what we did was really look at the readership, and it comes back to magazines have to be successful and know who they're talking to. Travellers had changed hugely, as we all know. They were no longer this jet-set elite, but travellers were a very mobile, democratic tribe. They travelled frequently. And knowledge had become this social currency. These are people who really wanted to experience the places they were going to. So we redefined our readers as Generation Curious, which basically means we're talking to people who really want to get under the skin of a place and really experience somewhere. And we introduced 2 editorial filters, which were change your view and this thing we call the knowledge jolt. So no matter where we're covering, we always want to change someone's view of a destination. People travel with massive preconceptions, so we want to put places back on their radar that might have fallen off, and we want to tell them something about a place they didn't know.
When was the last time you were in Athens?
About 20 years ago.
Okay, so you...
And I have had a huge knowledge jolt coming
So therefore, you flew in yesterday.
Yes.
How would you sell Athens if you had to today?
Well, it's just not what I expected. I was saying earlier to someone, you see the reports of the crisis in the papers, you expect it. I honestly expected it to feel quite edgy, quite run down, you know, covered in graffiti. And obviously those areas exist, but I think it just wasn't what I expected in the slightest. The Museum of the Acropolis is beautiful. It's a world-class museum. And it's not sort of like the Athens of people's preconceptions, probably.
Will we see a feature on Athens in your magazine?
Absolutely. Well, actually, quite a few features on Greece coming up, because obviously BA are launching new routes into huge areas of Greece next year. So, yes, Greece is very much on our radar.
Now, you said that there's 3.2 million readers a month.
Yes.
I can imagine that you only travel in first class.
No, I'm always in economy.
I don't believe you.
I am, apart from coming here.
How do you cater for the readership in first class right down to economy?
Well, it comes back to our Generation Curious readership, really. So it really helps that we define people by their state of mind rather than by their status. Because if we were talking about their status, you would actually need different magazines for each class, which we do have, but High Life goes into every single cabin and needs to be able to talk to everyone. But Generation Curious is a state of mind, and as such, it cuts across nationality, age, religion, everything.
How do you choose your destinations and indeed the features that you have in there?
Right, well, most of the destinations, obviously we have a hit list from BA. We're very aware of what new routes are launching in the next 6 to 8 months. So at the moment we're obviously looking at places like Kuala Lumpur, Heraklion, Kos, Rhodes, Corfu, places like Santorini and Mykonos came onto our radar last year. But it comes down to basically the idea. If we don't have the right idea for a destination, we won't cover it. And likewise, if we come up with a brilliant idea on a route that perhaps isn't a push route, then we will cover it.
There are obviously a few hoteliers out here.
Yes.
And they would like to know, how would they get featured in your magazine?
Well, it is surprisingly easy, really. It comes down to a few sort of like golden rules. I mean, hotels are incredibly sexy, like jewels in the travel industry crown, and we love working with hotels. But to get coverage, you have to have an idea. And as editor of High Life, I'm always thinking, what's the idea, what's the idea, what's the idea? And so to get an idea, to get coverage, you have to have an idea. I want to tell you a little story about a hotel in the Dolomites. It's a Relais and Chateau property. It's got a Michelin star restaurant, it's got a lovely spa, but probably no more so than thousands of other hotels around the world. But I almost feel like I've been there because I've seen so many features on it. It's been covered everywhere, from the New York Times to the Wall Street Journal to Monocle. And it's basically because they have a genius PR. In High Life, we've covered it 3 times. The last time was back in June. And then we sent the British TV historian Dan Snow out to the property to go and do a story about how the Dolomites were the worst place in the world to do battle as a World War I anniversary story. And it was great because it was an idea that was suggested by the PR. We had a really great Generation Curious angle, and the hotel was a brilliant part of the story. And the good thing is now about High Life and all media is that if you get an idea into High Life, it doesn't just stop there. So we commissioned, Dan Snow also made a video that was then shown on the In-Flight magazine, In-Flight TV system, and then also we syndicated the story to the Telegraph. So the first thing is that you've got to have an idea. The second thing is how you communicate the idea and target it to, in my case, High Life. Before I came here, we did a very small poll in the office, and we just measured the number of press releases we got into the office over a 72-hour period. And probably you won't be surprised to hear that we had something like, I think it was 75 press releases. And they covered everything from new kids' creches through to new suite openings, you know, the whole gamut. And they were from countries, hotels, towns, cities, villages, but not one of them was targeted at High Life. And like in today's world, my inbox is constantly full up, and the really harsh news is that 80% of press releases just get instantly deleted. So I think it's about thinking whether that scattergun approach actually works. And then the third thing is to be ahead of the curve. It's very easy to see someone doing a great idea and think, we're going to do that as well. But at the moment, like 4 years ago, we love chefs who are going out foraging. Nowadays, it's sort of like, there's so many chefs out foraging, I'm surprised any meals are actually getting cooked. So it's about being ahead of the curve with your thinking. It's like looking at different industries, getting inspiration from them, all those kind of things.
Well, thank you for not deleting our invitation.
No, I didn't.
Obviously you travel by other airlines, you said you traveled by Aegean. How have you found that magazines differ in different airlines? Do they have a very, very different approach?
They do, and it's like you said at the beginning. They are hugely different. I mean, some of them do remain too bland for human consumption, which is a real shame and a real missed opportunity. And then some of them do fall into that trap of being, sort of like, well done us from the chief executive, and here you go, buy a new flight. Having said that, the whole market is changing. It's becoming more aspirational, more inspirational. They're becoming better designed. There's definitely titles out there now that are starting to give High Life more of a run for its money. And they need to as well, because our research shows that no matter how frequently you travel, you still feel slightly glamorous when you get on the plane. And people tend to you do.
No, I don't.
Don't you?
No,
I still do.
I dread
slightly.
flying. I absolutely
Well,
dread
even when
that.
High Life's there.
Yeah.
I'm hurt.
I dread the idea of getting to an airport now where they treat you like flesh, like mutton, and they stamp you every time you go somewhere. And by the time you get onto the plane, the last thing you want to do is...
Yeah. But people still, when they go onto an airplane, they still very much upgrade their reading material, which is quite interesting, because you do think after you've been through that experience, you might just want to slump in your chair and not do anything. But they upgrade their reading material. So in-flight magazines need to really sort of like tap into that. And you've got, as I said at the beginning, you've got to work really hard to engage that audience.
I never used to read your magazine because it was really quite lowbrow. But recently, it has really started getting into the luxury market in quite a big way. Would you agree?
Yes, I do agree, and it was something that was quite deliberate. When I took over, it just goes back to sort of like the editorial filters and how the magazine was, actually perceived. And the whole Generation Curious thing changed. It coincided with massive changes in the luxury market. As we all know, it's growing exponentially. I think it's like 20% of the luxury market's worth the rest of 80% of travellers. But the definition of luxury itself is changing as well. It's not just about... it's not just about the cold, hard product. It's about how people actually experience luxury as well. It's much more experiential. And High Life's really tapping into this all the time.
But you do have the High Life magazine, and you also have a business magazine in there as well. Is there going to be a time where you have a fashion magazine, where you have another magazine just to cover something else? A children's magazine?
We do have a children's magazine that you get given when you fly with children. And yes, you're right. So BA is quite a significant media owner in that there's now 6 different titles, digital and through to printed magazines. But I think we're sort of like, we have 3 magazines on board. We have one for first class, which is obviously very relevant to the audience here today. One for business, which is short-haul European flights, and then High Life, which goes into every seat back on every plane.
Some of the advertising is a bit dodgy.
It's the bane of my life.
There's so many liposuction adverts in there, it makes
We don't
me
have
feel...
any of those, but we do have some hair loss ones. And actually, that's the other thing I was going to say about on the back of, I mean, advertising. I work really hard to create a beautiful product, and literally, if I see one more heel lift or hair loss advert, it's the bane of my life every month. And when it comes down to getting coverage in magazines as well, it's think about where you advertise, because it's so much harder to ignore an advertiser than a PR. And it slightly drives me mad that for all the brands that the guys were talking about earlier, I know that High Life is an important part of their PR strategy, but then when it comes to advertising, we slightly fall off the radar while everyone just goes back to all the sort of like traditional places they've always spent their money.
So hotels
Yes.
can buy advertorials in your magazine?
No, I'm not saying that, but I mean, we do tend to support the brand. The brands that support us, we support back, because, you know, we're a great believer in sort of like, you know, it's definitely a two-way market. And also, without the advertisers, we wouldn't have a magazine. And so if you've got a really gorgeous, product that matches the readership of High Life, that's interested, I'd be much more inclined to support sort of like, say, a Hilton who's advertising, rather than perhaps a Shangri-La who aren't advertising.
Are there any destinations and features which you can look back in your career and say that you're very proud of?
Yeah, I've had lots. We've done some really interesting things, and it's great as well, because when you do interesting things, it gets seen. So we did an art issue, which was guest edited by Tracy Emin, which was fabulous. And we've just done quite funny stories, like we sent a very wimpy, cowardly journalist off to survive with Bear Grylls in the wilds of Scotland. And then we've done sort of like more straightforward travel features, like we did a brilliant piece on the Peloponnese last year, and followed in the footsteps of Bruce Chatwin. And that was a great opportunity to work with hotels like Amanzoe, Hilton. So yes, loads of features from all over the world.
And one question which I've always wanted to have the answer to is, are passengers allowed to take the magazine home with them without getting accused of stealing?
Yes, they are. But it doesn't say so on the front. But no, we love it when our readers take the magazine home.
Are you going to be going online at all?
Yes, I mean, there's the whole thing about readers love having the print titles. So the print title is definitely not going anywhere. But all of our content now is channel neutral. We're commissioning more digital, social, video than ever before. And then also this was the first year that High Life officially went viral. Back in April, BA gave us the task of they wanted to increase the profile of their short-haul routes, which is obviously a hugely competitive market, and reach a new millennial audience, which I'm sure is a challenge that lots of you are thinking about at the moment. So we worked with the Sherlock Holmes actor Benedict Cumberbatch, and we made him exchange his deerstalk hat for a nice warm woolly hat and sent him off ice driving in Finland. We collaborated with Jaguar, and we had a great feature. It was really fun, and we had some brilliant photos of him like cuddling a husky, which slightly comes back to the Daily Mail journalism of successful journalism, like sexy man, cute animal, it's a bit of a winner. But the story was great. It was picked up by 27 media websites. It appeared in 5 national newspapers. It reached 8 million people on Twitter. And I think at the height of the frenzy, it was mentioned once every 8 minutes. So we're definitely sort of like moving in a digital direction as well. But it comes down to that thing about everyone's hugely concerned with the digital evolution. But I think for it to work, it's got to come back down to the basics of good journalism. You need to have a good story, you need to tell it well, it's got to be well presented, and it's got to be really relevant to the brand and know what it's doing, and then it will work. So in this instance, BA reached a whole new audience, and at the same time, bookings to Finland experienced a huge spike.
I was very excited when you accepted the invitation to come and speak to us today. Thank you very, very much for your insight into how in-flight magazines work and how they relate to luxury. Kerry Smith, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Kerry. So next this morning, we're going to be having a look at technology. And our guest chair is our technology expert, who I'd like to invite onto the stage, Alexandra Pascalidou, and her 2 guests, 2 very dear friends of mine, Abid Butt, the CEO of Banyan Tree, and Duncan O'Rourke, the COO of Kempinski Hotels. if you could please join Alexandra here on the stage.
Hello, good morning. Kalimera. Please. Okay. How are you? So I'm very happy to meet you again. We have Mr. Abid Batz from Banyan Tree and Mr. Duncan O'Rourke from the Kempinski. Welcome.
Thank you.
And we have this very small topic, technology in Asia. And I will also give you the possibility to ask questions. But let's start with a couple of minutes when you can present yourselves and your companies, please.
Well, Banyan Tree this year is 20 years old. The birth of the brand occurred in Phuket, Thailand. As a matter of fact, we just had a big celebration, which was primarily internal celebration, not so much to the rest of the world, but we celebrated 20 years of our existing, and the use of technology was huge. We asked our consumers to share some of their best memories with us over the years of using our brands, and in a matter of 7 days, we got nearly 5,000 of the best images that you could possibly ask for. And this is how our users expressed what they have enjoyed about the brand. Our use of technology, keeping in line with the topic, has primarily been for support reasons, not so much from a guest point of view. We have deliberately tried it hard to keep it high touch and low tech, because I think this industry, particularly in luxury market, to some extent commands that. But as the technology is very common, you have no choice but to adapt it. And also with the millennials coming into the travel industry, and there are a lot of millennials that like luxury product, they are not just tech savvy, they're tech dependent. So you have no choice but to embrace technology, and that's basically what we've done.
And we will talk more about how you embrace technology and what you do not to exclude like the boomers or other generations, because you have to include all your guests. And but we would like to listen to you, Mr. Duncan O'Rourke first.
Yes, I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Kempinski. Kempinski is the oldest European luxury company since 1897, actually a little bit before that, because we had a trading company, a wine company in Berlin, but since 1897. We're a traditional company. We're only in the five-star business. We are not in the separate brand business. We concentrate only on five-star properties, traditional properties, iconic properties. However, at the same time, we're a very young company, embracing technology as well, move forward, and like to balance what we do with technology, and at the same time with the human touch in the hotels, which is so important. The company is based in Geneva, a decentralized company. We have a large presence in China, going into Asia Pacific, very strong in Middle East, and obviously the home in Europe.
I mean, could we say a couple of words about the evolution of technology? I mean, when you started working, it was not really yesterday. I suppose it was at the time when people had fax, and did the cell phones exist? When did you start? How was the technological situation when you started?
I think the extent of technology when I began, and I'll date myself, NCR's cash machine was the highest technology available. And it took nearly 2 days, I'm being facetious, to close the day. And if you made a mistake for one folio, you had to start all over again. And telecommunication technology was so advanced that the operators sat with those pegs and cables trying to connect people. But we've come a long ways. The functionality of it has changed dramatically. Back then, the industry tried to be very smart and thought that we could make a ton of money by charging people for phone calls. So if you picked up the phone and you wanted to make a phone call, you probably would have to mortgage your house to pay for that phone call. Well, things have changed. Nobody uses hotel phones, yet it's a necessity that we've got to have. Everybody is using their cell phones. Mobile is the way to go, and technology has made us very dependent on our smartphones. And it's great because at your fingertips you can find out exactly what needs to be. So industry has to change. Hotels tend to be, the adoption rate of technology in hotels is still very low. Technology is expensive, and it is difficult for people to adopt newer technology because everybody's scared. But it has come a long ways, from rotary phones to cell phones. Sometimes I wonder whether rotary phones were better, but we've come a long ways.
No, I totally agree. When I started in the business as a night auditor, we used to come in at 11 o'clock in the evening and finish at 8, 9 in the morning. Now these guys are doing it in half an hour, you know, through technology, which is a good thing because it lets people, it lets you allocate resources to the right areas as well in that sense there. I think this industry, I mean specifically, and I'm talking about especially us as well, this industry is not really big on innovation and allocating financial resources to innovation, to research. You know, we always joke in Kempinski that the greatest contribution that the hotel industry has done is folding the toilet paper in a triangle and putting a sticker on it. But this industry has to become more proactive, a lot more proactive in resources, in research, in development for innovation.
Yeah. And I was thinking, we talked a lot about experience yesterday, that luxury is experience. It is to make people feel unique and so on. So how can you, through technology, enhance the experience? Can you give us examples on how you work with that?
We opened recently our hotel in Vienna. And of course you have from the pre-arrival, but just concentrating more on the guest room experience right now. A Chinese guest booking at the hotel in Vienna will arrive at the hotel. The room service menus through an iPad, through this technology, is all in Chinese. His latest or his most favorite dishes or specialities what he had on the last day on the front page. The newspapers are in Chinese. The whole room technology is Chinese. So you can really adapt individually each guest now when they arrive in a hotel and facilitate them as well. And it's the same when a German client is going into Wuxi or into Shanghai, you can personally adapt the temperature of the room from the last day. Again, what his preference or which newspapers he wants, all the same way, vice versa. So the languages, the lack of languages, the lack of people speaking languages when they travel, when these in these areas there, that you can overcome tremendously with the technology, as well as facilitate all the needs from the menus, from the features, from the room service as well. Also, the rooms nowadays have changed tremendously. We have to now, as a norm, make sure that people come in and who bring their technology, bring the iPhones, the smartphones, the things, can just plug and play and go through. So, you know, the pay-per-view video movies have all gone now. You just have to be able to provide facilities where they can plug and pay and move forward.
Just to add to what has already been said, I think travel is about anticipation, and a lot of people in experiences that they want to gather. It is destination first. So how to communicate about the destination in a way that would attract the reader is very, very, very important. Our distribution to trying to target the luxury consumer that would enjoy visiting one of our hotels has become critical. It's no longer a shotgun approach that you would take an ad in one of the publications or send out an email to a list of whatever, 1,000 or 10,000 people and hope that people would respond to you. Actually, it's quite the contrary, because people feel badgered, they feel overwhelmed. So personalization has become a huge issue, and we need to understand what the consumer wants, how do they want it, when they want it, and be able to deliver it. It has become extremely important.
And it's quite easy to read the customer nowadays, because you can check everything. I mean, when they enter your web page, you are able, you told me this scary example this morning. Can you share it?
I don't know if it's scary. We can now, and we're working on now, where when you surf in the Kempinski web page, when somebody's logged in and surfing the web page, as he's looking, for example, at a particular hotel, a particular room, a type of room, we can then send a message to them and say, look, we know you're looking at the junior suite, for example. Why don't you click and have a look at the executive suite? There's an offer on there or something, so we can start communicating whilst they're on the web page. I mean, it takes obviously time, resources, but it's definitely a way forward.
And what do you do? Do you Google your guests before they arrive to know more about them?
We certainly have done that, particularly in our business hotels, trying to understand the consumer. Some of our staff has gone as far as printing some of their family pictures out of Facebook pages to place a picture of their family and loved ones in the rooms, and that has been extremely well received. With all the information that is available in cyberspace, and we continue to put more of our personal information up, it is not too difficult to find out some of the preferences.
Imagine if they come with the wrong person.
And that has happened. And then it
No
takes
names.
very high technical ability to swap that picture.
No names. Yeah, I think also the technology, whilst it's very much for the end user, the guest as well, what technology has done with us now, where you can see the trends, the statistics, where people are booking, where they're coming from, what their preferences are before. So from a pre-arrival, from the reservations, that's extremely important. That technology is taken, where you can allocate the right resources, the right funds, the right times to target these select segments, as well as obviously fundamentally change the way hotels are selling right now. 3-4 years ago, Kempinski had a vice president of sales and marketing that was the top man in the company. Now, I mean, that's changed now. You know, e-commerce, distribution, revenue, these type of specialists there are carrying and having the same titles and the same weight through there.
But I was also thinking about the balance between, you know, integrity, the guest integrity, and also the ability to offer the best and tailor-made solutions. How do you handle that?
It is a tough balance, there's no doubt about it. Whilst we might think that we're trying to personalize the service delivery, some might take it as intrusion. Particularly the baby boomers that tend to be somewhat technophobes, and they do not trust technology by and large. It is more difficult. Now, when the millennials come into the travel industry, the laptop and latte crowd, they would embrace it. They're tech dependents, they would embrace it. Not only that, quite candidly, they want the world to know about themselves. So it becomes a little bit easier. But for baby boomers, that balance is very, very, very important.
So do you have some kind of a support system, psychological support for the technophobes? Because they are a very important target group. How do you handle it? I mean, because you have two totally different generations, and they have a different approach to technology.
I think for boomers, because they still continue to be the wealthiest generation at this point. They still are putting a lot of travelers in the tourism industry. We still have to make sure that their needs are met. We cannot force technology at them, but we have to let them adopt technology as they wish. We have to make it very, very, very simple so that it does not intimidate them. I was sharing with you earlier, my son, who is an aspiring techie, he wants to pursue artificial intelligence, and even the use of iPhone, which is very simple. These guys are so savvy, he would always tell me, Dad, you don't know how to use it. But we have to make sure that we can make our facilities and make our services available to both of those generations. There's a huge, huge gap.
No, I agree entirely, but I still think it's extremely important and still believe in this, that it is a hospitality business at the same time, and to have the employees, the human side through the hotel, the concierges, you know, if you're not careful, become a dying breed. You know, these clé d'or concierges, people nowadays are going on TripAdvisor, checking restaurants, doing that without even walking past the concierge. But we still put a lot of resources on the human side as well in the hotel. We've had the lady in readiness for somebody who's taking care of all the needs inside the hotel, upgrading and pushing, promoting the concierge as well. So we do the technology side and make it fast and quick and all the bits that they need. But we don't lose track. We don't lose track that we are in this hospitality. It is an artist skill, and the specialists and the human touch when you are in the hotel is absolutely critical.
Do we have any questions or somebody that would like to tell us something about technology or Asia? Please feel free. Yes, please. And do we have a microphone, or can you please stand up so we can hear you? Oh, here's a microphone.
Can you hear me? Great. Thanks for the opportunity to ask a question. I was just curious, in your segment, to personalize also means to collect a lot of data on your guests. Do guests always appreciate it? And how do you deal with privacy, or if the guest says, well, I would prefer you not collect any data on me?
Integrity issues.
I think that has to be honored, because at the end of the day, the consumer is in the driver's seat. If the consumer does not want to share some of their details, the consumer is the king. They will decide how we do things and what things are done. So that has to be honored.
And I think it's very strictly governed by the EU as well, the data protection. Before it was just an opt-in. If you didn't tick anything, then we would use it. I mean, that's fundamentally changed now. You have to tick and agree. So there are a lot of people who don't like it, who are not really willing to do that. And you have to respect this, and there's laws governing that.
But it might be too late. I mean, if I check in and there are pictures of my family everywhere, it's like, it's too late to complain. But
you know, having said that, though, how many people in this room, and as the conference began, we had encouraged everybody to participate in twittering what we're doing and participate in commenting about it. Yet we might not feel that our privacy, it's an invasion, yet we all take part in it.
Yes, we do. We do. I mean, I think also that most of the people appreciate that. But, okay, talking about integrity and things like that, yes, 1 second. I would also like to ask how it is to work in Asia, because, I mean, there are some restrictions, and they have firewalls. I mean, the freedom of expression is nothing you can really take for granted. So what does that mean for you? And how do you...
Well, Asia for us is ahead of Europe in the market. I think 50% of the population of Korea is on smartphones. China is way ahead as well, the way you communicate. China has different restrictions, so there's no blanket way to go through. You have to look at this individually, how you communicate, how you attract, but extremely, extremely important, and it will come slowly, or not slowly, but in a relative space into Europe there. So you have to also then be ready for this and allocate then the resources in that sense through there.
Asia, particularly if you look at China, India, some of the larger markets, Korea, they are the highest consumers of technology and information that is readily available technologically. So you have to adapt that. Now China, as everybody knows, has got a tremendous firewall, but they have equivalent tools in China that are available that you have to be able to use, because that's what the Chinese consumer relies on, whether it's language, whether it's regulatory issues. You got to embrace that. And if you want to get to your targeted audience, you have to be able to use those tools the way they're available in that jurisdiction.
So we have two questions, please.
Mine is slightly an observation, but also I think is important in the context of luxury hospitality. And it's a theme we've discussed a few times over the last couple of days. For me today, and I appreciate my age takes me past the millennials, the ultimate luxury is no longer owning the smartphone. It's turning off the smartphone. And I think there is an important touchstone there for all of us, to create an environment where the stressed businessman or the stressed traveler can actually disengage from the overload of data and technology that seems to flood through our lives. So I wonder if that's something hospitality providers can consider and maybe address.
Cell phone free areas?
Oh, you can, but it cannot be forced upon you, where turning off the cell phone might truly be a luxury that a lot of us cannot avail ourselves of these days. But having a cell phone readily available where you can do the searches. Last night, walking back from the museum, we had not found the bus. Two of us that were in the crowd pulled out our cell phones and we're looking at finding our way to the hotel. It gives you a sense of security, but it is up to the consumer as to what they want to do, how they want to do it. It cannot be one size fits all. So we cannot dictate, we cannot jam the signals in this hyper-connected world. You come out at the resort and we're not going to be able to stop that. But you have to leave it to the consumer.
I think you wanted to add something too?
Yes, I had a quick question. Duncan, you mentioned the importance of like the fact that there are still some challenges ahead with the research, technology, and so on. What are the biggest constraints that currently prevent large hospitality groups or companies to adopt technologies more efficiently, in your point of view? And that's a question to both of you.
I think for the size of company that Kempinski is, resources, financial resources, is a constraint. Whether that's the right thing, whether that means that we're not allocating resources in the right place or not, that's a different conversation. We've been slow. We've been slow. This in general, the hospitality industry is slow in that sense. There is a fundamental change. You can also see it where we are geographically. We decentralize. So in China, we are moving a lot quicker ahead than we are per se in Europe in the traditional terms. But I would think it's probably it's tradition, and it's a lack of resources. The new people, the new talent that coming in to the hospitality industry, to our industry, have fundamentally changed. You also see that when you know, we have many well-educated, fantastic students from École Hôtelière coming in and working, doing traineeships in our company at the head office in hotels, and they bring a fundamental different change to when I started. I mean, what is important for them and how they work and what they do is fundamentally different. So also from an IT perspective, the traditional person heading up IT 10 years ago has fundamentally changed. They have a different perspective. They're more innovative, they're more in technology, they're more into the room. But I think it's just being slow, unfortunately being slow. and resources, which we all need to address and which we are addressing.
I think one of the impediments from my point of view is the technology related to this industry is pretty lousy, to be honest. It is so fragmented that the consumer is driven up the wall. I'm sure all of us have heard that before a person books a travel, whether it's air travel or a hotel, they go to 22 or 27 different websites. Well, that's crazy. Nobody has got the time to do that, but yet the industry is forcing the consumer does that. This industry has been slow in adopting technology. Technology continues to be expensive. Consumer is fed up. So it's sort of a vicious cycle that we have to overcome. I think with the new innovation in technology that are coming in, that would make it more intuitive, the adoption rate will go through the roof. It's just a matter of time.
So what can we look forward to? What exciting technology do we have waiting for us? I mean, Google Glass, for example?
No, we can look forward to turning our cell phones off.
Well, that's a huge challenge, but
well,
what does your son say? I mean, he's studying technology and he's...
Well, you know, a simple thing like cross-continent travel. When I landed in Athens a couple of days ago, I had been on the planes nearly for 20 hours, started from China through Singapore to Istanbul and finally landed in Athens. And at times, you don't recognize what time zone you're in, you're fatigued. Some of the simple things that are currently available in the market, they're not commercially viable today. But can you imagine walking into the room with lighting changing to fit your mood? Because the sensors are available. So they would sense whether I'm tense or not. The lighting changes. I go to take a shower and it might be infused with vitamin D or oxygen.
Oh, wow.
So I would really, it will rejuvenate me so that I'm ready to go do the business. Because at the airport, as Arun had mentioned, a lot of times you feel like you've been processed. The airline has processed you, the transportation company has processed you, and here I come at the hotel, and now I'm going to be processed yet again. But going into the guest room, if those kinds of things were available, because the business demands are ever changing. You land, and the first thing we do is we pull out our smartphone and we responding to the emails and making phone calls. The technological initiatives that can come down the path, I think that would help us relax but conduct business in a better environment.
Thank you. What do you say, Duncan?
I think the technology should facilitate, and that's where it ends. It should facilitate. I'm with you. I think hotels, not business hotels, but there's a time where you need to unwind, where you need to relax and step away from everything. And the people who balance this right, where the technology is high in technology, is facilitating, but at the same time, and I keep coming back to this hospitality, these human beings, these talent in the hotels, these experiences in the hotels, taking the forefront and spending more time and educating people to spend more time with these people, with these talents, with these wonderful, different characters in each hotel. That's the way to go.
You know, airline industry, honestly, is a great example. 10 years ago, you got to the airport and you stood in a line for nearly 45 minutes only to get to the counter to deal with an extremely rude agent that had dealt with about 200 people and dealt with their complaints. All that is gone. Technology has replaced that. And to be honest, I don't think anybody is asking to deal with another agent at a counter. They only ask for it if the technology is malfunctioning and it's not intuitive. It's no different. The adoption rate would change when technology becomes intuitive.
Alexandra, so is there one last thing that you wish for? I mean, anything you dream of when it comes to something technological that can really change our experience?
I think the next biggest wave that is about to hit us. And we are still at an infancy stage in technological initiatives, but wearables is going to be a big thing. You talked about Google Glasses, but the smart watches are about to hit the market. Your biorhythm is going to be measured, and also the type of foods that you would look for. All that is going to change the expectation of the consumer. We are really at an infancy stage today. There is far more to come. We've seen from a rotary phone to a mobile phone, but I think far more is coming down the pike. Whether we like it or not, it is upon us, because the younger generation is very much dependent on it. They like instant gratification. They want the answer. I mean, look, in business world, we used to send a fax, and the line could be, oh, sorry, I never got the fax. Now somebody sends you an email, 3 minutes later you haven't responded, they'll say, oh gosh, I sent you an email, you haven't responded yet. Expectations have changed.
Correct.
I like faxes where I could say, I didn't get your fax.
That excuse is gone now. No, entirely agreeing. It's two generations still coming through. You know, we have the current generation, which we're booking about 80% of hotels. We have convinced them now to go onto the web page, to go through the web page, but just before the booking, just before they actually do the booking, they pick up the phone and then call the hotel, and they still want to have that conversation. And the younger generation, again, like my son, 24 to 5, they don't even bother. This is all done very quickly and with instant speed, and that's what they require.
Okay, so thank you all. Thank you, Mrs. Duncan O'Rourke and Mr. Abid Bhatt for this workshop, this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. You've been wonderful over the last couple of days. As you can imagine, it takes months of hard work to book an event like this together. And recently I was flying back from Dubai, and the airline offered in-flight internet. So Achilles and I were emailing each other, 35,000 feet up in the air, about how we were going to put this thing together. And I was sitting there, and the person next to me was also using the internet, and she was ordering her shopping, so that when she got home, Tesco would be delivering her shopping to her door. And it used to be, until last year, that you could fly anywhere around the world and you were safe. You were safe from Achilles. You were safe from everyone, but not anymore. And I think technology is kind of destroying our lives in that way. I remember visiting Japan, where you couldn't use the telephone because they had a 4G system, and you couldn't use your cell phone. And you spend 2 weeks in Japan, and you wouldn't talk to anyone at home. And it was lovely. And I love going on safari. I go on safari every year. And recently I was in South Africa, and you can imagine it's midnight, and you're in the wilds of safari land, and you can see a lion copulating. And you sit there thinking, this is amazing. And someone gets up in the Jeep with an iPad, holds it up, and starts taking photographs with an iPad. And of course they were Chinese. Now, we are ahead of time. I was asked this morning by one of the guests who you'll be hearing from a bit later that I should be a bit more Swiss. So, Kurt, I'm ahead of time. Outside, when you go and have your refreshments, you'll find these little machines in which you can plug in your laptops, your cell phones, and everything. And apparently, in about 15, 20 minutes, it'll be fully charged. So, my idea is to go and use these machines and do some old-fashioned networking. The whole idea that we actually talk to each other rather than tweeting each other, that could be fun. So, we have about 45 minutes now, and when we get back, we've got 3, I think, really, really exciting presentations. One about cigars, one of my pet loves, one about music boxes, and finally, something that, when I first saw this, completely blew my mind, how to make yourself happy. So, enjoy your coffee and your tea, and enjoy talking to each other. Thank you.
full room too, eh?
Mm. So I could move like that. I'm old-fashioned. I still write notes on.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats. Couple of housekeeping issues first, please. Ladies and gentlemen, all your cell phones and PDAs now must be fully charged, but if you could please put them on silent, that would be lovely. Also, if you could also be encouraged to tweet what's going on today, if you could use the hashtag LuxHosp, that'll also be lovely. Now, we have, as I mentioned earlier, 3 very interesting topics coming up. We started smoking cigars apparently in the 16th century. I've been smoking cigars for only 20 years, so there's a long history about cigars. Cigars are a luxury item, not necessarily because they cost more than a cigarette, and by the way, I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. It's because a cigar gives you a luxury that very few things can. It lowers your blood pressure, it relaxes you, and for a short period of time, you're happy. So I'm very, very pleased and honoured to invite up to the stage Mr. Eddie Sahakian from Davidoff of London to talk to you about cigars and its positioning in the luxury market. Eddie.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin with some simple thank yous, which I think are greatly deserved. Firstly, to the International New York Times and the École Hôtelière de Lausanne for making this event happen, to the wonderful Hôtel Grande Bretagne for looking after us in such exquisite luxury, to all of you for your patience and forbearance listening to us speak, and also to our delightful and charming host, Varun. I am blessed to work with a product that I love. My customers are also passionate about cigars. Why is this of any interest to the luxury hospitality sector? We have touched on many times already in this conference the role of the high net worth traveler and the potential impact they can have on a luxury hospitality business. In the 80s and 90s, gyms and spas became the de facto go-to reason for many luxury hotels. Closely followed by celebrity chefs, it became a destination point for visitors, both travelers as well as locals. Well, the cigar lounge or terrace has now taken on this mantle, certainly in my home market of London, and I do believe in many more to follow. It reinforces a very, very important role for the luxury hospitality venue, both for the business traveler, which is clearly an important segment, but also for the leisure traveler. Rarely do you find the two overlapping in such a joyous way within the cigar world. In the 2.5 years since we've been operating our lounge, the Edward Sahakian Lounge in the Bulgari Hotel in London, we have actively and directly drawn customers away from our competing luxury neighbors, Mandarin Oriental, Berkeley Hotel, the Dorchester. We are proud to do that, and I think it'll be a consistent and regular customer. What has driven this interest in cigars. Many of you may not be cigar smokers. Some of you may already be devoted converts. However, we can look at some recent developments that we believe have caused a huge change and a huge uplift in interest across demographics in cigars. The first and rather subjective point is very simple. There's been a slew of anti-tobacco legislation specifically devoted to preventing cigarette smokers affecting the health and well-being of non-cigarette smokers. I am neutral on this and, in fact, probably applaud that individuals should be allowed to enjoy clean air. However, there is a silent minority victim of this. It is the cigar smoker, who perhaps has never touched a cigarette, like our dear Varun, who has always been a committed, entrepreneurial, and successful member of society, has always found the time to enjoy the small luxuries in life that a cigar can be. And yet, suddenly, the government has told them that's no longer acceptable. If you want to enjoy a cigar, you either go and lock yourself up in your own home, or you find a small corner in a small section of a dimly lit area where perhaps we will let you smoke. Well, the law of unintended consequences is beautiful. As soon as the government tells a cigar smoker they can't do it, or indeed the population in general, guess what the population are suddenly interested in? Cigar smoking. The other reason is something I think we have all observed in the luxury segment since 2008. Very simply, it is the move to quality. It is the migration from mass consumption to less but better. Cigarette smokers, machine-made cigar smokers have all begun to interest themselves in the fine, handmade cigar market. On average, we have seen a 50% increase in our Davidoff London shop since 2008 in per visit spend by cigar smokers. Not matched by volume. What does that tell us? They are spending more on higher quality product. Why is the high net worth traveler interested in the world of cigars, and specifically cigar lounges and terraces? Well, we have touched on these points several times over the last 24 hours. The luxury experience is crucial. We have moved from what I would consider objects of luxury, and perhaps now the homogenization of luxury brands and products, to more unique, more experiential moments. It is an Epicurean pursuit, and for all of you who do not know cigars, I imagine you have all enjoyed a fine wine, perhaps even know much about fine wine. The parallel is remarkable. In the same way that you can learn and acquire the taste of fine wine, in the same way that you can collect wine for a lifetime, age it, improve it, and pass it on to your children, you can do the same with a fine cigar. The difference is the world, and perhaps the high net worth traveler, especially from BRIC countries, is about 15 years behind the wine market. They are at the beginning of their love affair with fine cigars. They are at the beginning of acquiring significant collections of rare and vintage cigars. And they're at the beginning of acquiring the very good taste, in my opinion. I will give you a small example. In 1980, when we opened the Davidoff London shop, the most expensive cigar we sold was a Davidoff Dom Perignon. Quite a large cigar. It cost £6.25. And everyone told us, you're absolutely mad. No one will ever pay that much money for a cigar. Well, today, if you are fortunate enough to find a Davidoff Dom Perignon, an authentic one at that, expect to pay upwards of £1,000 for that very same cigar. What are the attractions of cigars? And this is a general point aimed both at the consumer but also at the hospitality provider. As you can see from the images, cigars are a truly artisanal craft. The production, the selection, and the aging of a fine cigar takes a lifetime to perfect. It can take many years between the seed and the cigar that reaches you to enjoy. It takes dedication and commitment from every component of that supply chain, from the roller to the importer, to myself as the cigar merchant. We store and age cigars in perfect humidity and perfect temperature. Again, the comparison to fine wine is self-evident. Importantly for hospitality providers, cigars are an extraordinary social catalyst. They are a lubricant to otherwise uncomfortable scenarios. In our lounge, we can have 20 individuals who may have no knowledge of each other and have never met before. Take out the cigar from that equation, and I assure you, within 2 minutes, they will be playing on their mobile phones. They will be shifting awkwardly, looking at each other, wondering whether to commence a conversation, and by half an hour, at least half will have left. Now bring the cigar into the equation. That very same gathering, within 1 hour, are dear friends and companions, practicing, dare I say it, the old art of conversation and pleasant dialogue. This is very important in our current age of stress and isolation. The last point is, of course, that cigars are very often paired with high-quality luxury drinks. A fine Louis XIII cognac, a beautiful Macallan whiskey, an exquisite Taylor's port. All of these drinks and more are 90% of the time associated with the consumption of a beautiful cigar. And all of these brands represent the good life. In our London lounge, we have begun to assess the profile of our typical visitor. It should not surprise most people that they are certainly high net worth individuals. In the past, we would have expected 90, sometimes 95% male attendance. Cigars were historically the preserve of gentlemen who would retire to smoke a cigar whilst the ladies would play cards. Thankfully, the world has changed. We are now seeing at least 30% female attendance, and it's growing. We love this because a cigar should not divide the sexes. The cigar should be gender neutral, and women are a very, very welcome addition to the cigar lounge scene. The age profile has migrated from 40 to 50 plus to the 30 to 45 bracket. And we continue to see significant interest in the 20-somethings. I personally don't encourage a very young person to enjoy a cigar. And by that, I mean in their early 20s or late teens. Because I do believe a palate needs a certain amount of experience, a certain amount of exposure before it is ready to appreciate the acquired taste that is a cigar. But let my opinion not sway anyone. As far as I believe, if you're old enough to be legally smoking and you want to smoke that cigar, please come and enjoy it with us. From the hospitality perspective, what revenues are you going to be generating from a cigar lounge or terrace? Well, it would be a little indiscreet of me to give you specific spend per customer. But what I can tell you is that our range of cigars can go from £10 to thousands of pounds. The average spend is somewhere in between, and that is purely on the cigar. The F&B benefit is wonderful. That very same customer is going to be drinking your fine cognacs, is going to be enjoying your very rare whiskies. In fact, in the Bulgari, 80% of the ultra-premium brown spirits are consumed within our lounge. What are the key ingredients to a successful cigar lounge or terrace experience? Many of these, I believe, are self-evident. And if you are in luxury hospitality, you will no doubt be aware. However, I would like to touch on these because as a cigar devotee, if you get it wrong, I will not walk into your lounge and tell you what a horrible place. I will sit there, I will enjoy my cigar, but I will not return. That's how you will find out I didn't like it. Allow me to share my experience with yourselves. The selection of cigars is crucial. 10 or 15 years ago, the perception that if you had a cigar, that was enough, is no longer true. If you want to distinguish yourself, you need a very well-curated selection of current, rare, and vintage cigars. Why? For a very simple reason. This will bring in the true cigar aficionado with masses of disposable income who will not bat an eyelid at spending £3,000 on one cigar. But that cigar is one of the rarest cigars in the world. If you don't have it, you have lost that sale. Do it. It is well worth it. The role of the cigar sommelier should not be underestimated. Many of you may wonder, what the hell is a cigar sommelier? Well, again, the wine world can inform us. A cigar sommelier is an expert in the selection, preparation, the ritual, and the pairing of a cigar with a fine drink. Their knowledge, their passion, and their credibility are directly communicating to the cigar lover. A good cigar sommelier will make the lounge. A bad cigar sommelier will kill the lounge. It's as simple as that. The presentation of an artisanal, exquisite product is crucial. We all know this. We're in the world of visual presentation. Do not think that a small box containing a few cigars in dry damaged condition is going to impress today's cigar smoker. Not at all. I invite you to visit London. I invite you to visit Le Royal Monceau in Paris. I invite you to visit the Wellesley. I invite you to visit our lounge. Look at the care, the expense, and the attention we have paid to presenting and storing these cigars. That is what the cigar lover of today is expecting. Seating and ventilation, again, is a no-brainer. Difficult to achieve, but once it's done correctly, no one will notice it. The selection of spirits and wines we have touched on, but do it. If you have a wonderful lounge and terrace, you have set a very high benchmark. Your customer does not want to be disappointed with a very basic, unconsidered selection of fine wines and spirits. It is not uncommon to find a Chateau Yquem being consumed with a cigar. Make sure it's available. Lastly, and this is a very subtle point which we are exploring at the Bulgari at the moment with some success. When you have a hotel resident who is also a cigar lover, he has entered your world of cigars. He has bought into your concept. He loves your hotel because he loves the cigar lounge, or perhaps as well as. What can you do to make him and his cigar passion a recognized feature rather than a point of ostracization? Put it on your customer databases. Recognize the brand he likes. Recognize the specific cigar that the cigar sommelier may have heard him mention he always dreamed to smoke. The next time he visits your hotel, offer that as a surprise welcome in his room upon arrival. This makes an extraordinary difference, and I can tell you, no one else is doing it at the moment. At the Bulgari, we have a little secret weapon, and I apologize if I indulge my father in this, but we have branded the lounge the Edward Sahakian Cigar Lounge. For anyone who's not in the world of cigars, you will not have heard of him. For people who are passionate about cigars, and perhaps are travelers as well, you will recognize his name, because my father represents the qualities that all cigar lovers have. Gentleman, exquisite hospitality, but most importantly, an unflinching passion for the leaf, the Tabaco Negro Cubano leaf that has become this instrument of wonder and enjoyment. Davidoff, in countries where it's permitted, also use the branding on some beautiful lounges. In Brussels, Les Sablons is a fine example. This is where the lifestyle brand that can be represented by a cigar company can make a very, very positive difference to the credibility, the authenticity of the experience for the cigar smoker. Just a few examples of openings of cigar terraces and lounges just in London within the five-star segment. Some of these hotels, and all of you will know, some you may not, but I assure you they are all standard bearers of excellence and quite unique individual properties. They are all catering to the luxury cigar smoker, and I would like to add, very successfully. A few pictures perhaps to delight you after all of that conversation. And as a finishing thought, before perhaps I open the floor for questions, I would like to leave you with a couple of quotations from Zino Davidoff, the best cigar merchant and gentleman that has ever walked this earth, and who inspires us day to day. You do not fit a cigar into your schedule. You give it a moment, and it occupies your time and enriches it. A well-chosen cigar is like armor and is useful against the torments of life. A little blue smoke mysteriously removes anxiety. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Do we have any questions for Eddie while we've got him on the stage? Any questions from the audience, please? Eddie, it's one of the greatest speeches I've heard. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our cocktail party this evening will be actually held on the first floor at the Alexandra Cigar Lounge. Cigars are optional, and if you don't like cigars, well, maybe we'll convert you. So, for my next speaker, you have to indulge me because we're going to have a little musical interlude. For you ladies amongst you, when I say the word music box, it's going to give you a little bit of luxury. It's going to take you back to your childhood. Do you remember when you had that little box? Actually, I was being a bit sexist there because I know Eddie had a little ballerina box when he was small. But when you lifted up the lid of the music box and you saw the little ballerina moving around listening to music, close your eyes and think of that moment. What memory does that evoke? Just hold it there. So a couple of years ago, I was traveling through Switzerland and I came across a company called Rouge that produced these music boxes. I won't tell you how much they cost because my next guest, as part of his presentation, I'm sure will, but they're not cheap. I love listening to music. I've spent thousands and thousands of pounds on a music system at home, but the music that this creates is unique. And I have a music box like this at home. And my son, who's 4 years old, will not go to sleep until he hears this music. So it's my honor to invite onto stage Kurt Cooper, the CEO of Rouge.
Thank you very much. You might be wondering why music box has anything to do with luxury. Because I had the pleasure to take on this company 6 years ago as a CEO, and the problem of a music box was very much what a lot of people still think. You see a music box either as a box for a child, or you see it for people anywhere between 70 and cemetery. So as a company producing music boxes, as the only company today producing music boxes, since 150 years, we had to find ways to get out of the standard of the usual. The products we found when we started were the typical products you would see for ages. They look very nice, but they look very dull, make you more asleep than anything else. So from a marketing point of view, it's a very complicated thing. We found also, and there might be some parallels to the hotel industry, we found the employees being there not almost 150 years, but almost. And we needed to find out how can we wake the things up? What do we need to do to wake the products up? What do we need to do to wake the employees up? What do we need to do to get the customer base a little bit younger, a little bit more dynamic? Nothing against people, I love my mother. But it's just a fact, as a businessman, it's not necessarily my core business. I need to advance, and we needed to get things going. Now, if I go into hotel, in hotel we do have competition. We do have all people doing excellent. I just picked a few of the brand names. There are many other brand names which are on the so-called 5-star level. And you're also fighting a market which is there. I mean, there are so many hotels next to each other. You go outside on the building, you see 3 buildings next to each other. We're trying to get them to stay loyal to us. Like in my field on the music boxes, if you have a music box, the target clearly is not that you stay with a music box, that you become an ambassador of the music box. Very much you are a member of any of the frequent sleeper cards or frequent hotel guest cards. You want to get them loyal. So the whole concept on the case study, if you want, what we had to face is something. I was cheating with Walt Disney, always thinking that music boxes and children are a good match. So if you think we all today follow somewhat the same strategy, we are all somewhat like those nice animals. We're doing our job. We're doing our job every day. But then from time to time, there's something which is going to disturb us. And that really is when the difference comes between simply following the rule of a CEO or COO of a hotel company, or actually customizing and knowing how to react when things happen. And I think that's really the challenge in business, in our business, as well as in the business of the hotel industry, is saying if we have an obstacle or if we have an opportunity, we need to be able to get outside the standard way. There aren't always books to tell us how to react. There are every day so many situations, and we just need to see how to get around it, underneath it, above it, somehow to get over the obstacle and go back to business. Because in the music box, when people buy a music box from us, basically they presume automatically that the quality is good, it's from Switzerland after all, that it plays good music, it's from Switzerland after all, it's an old company, 150 years, so we presume it's okay. That's fine. In the hotel industry, the same thing. Everything you see underneath, it's about the hotel being clean, having an excellent service, having the security. All those things are a given. Nobody ever will question those things unless they're unhappy. But if we want to tell the people to come back to us, it's not about the fact that we tell the guests, hey, look, our bed sheets are clean. Look, our bathroom is nice. That's a given. Nobody's going to wake up or thank you for that. So if you want the guest to remember the experience in our hotel, or if I want them to remember to think about the music box, then I need to do something else. I need to do what is on the top of the iceberg. I need to create things which are not standard. Because just with standard, we're not going to stay. Yes, we might still have the famous 5 stars. So what? There are so many of the 5 stars. There are so many of those. We need to be different. In order to be different, we need to create emotion. We create something which is outside the box. It's easy for me to say, music box, outside the box. It's quite logical. So what we did in our case, in very short, we adapted the shape of the music box. So on the left side, you see a traditional music box. Wonderful wood inlay and wonderful traditional. But today's customer doesn't only consider a music box as a music. After all, we have all those technology we were speaking about. You have 5 million songs on your iPhone, on your iPad, on everything. So it's not about the music. So we needed to take a step back and think, first of all, the product we have, who cares about the product anymore? I think that's the biggest issue and the biggest challenge today in luxury industry, is not to just repeat what our fathers and forefathers and always did, and what our competitors do. Because as long as we do it the same as the others, we're never going to stand out. We're just going to be a Me Too product, even if it's in luxury. But luxury Me Too, it doesn't quite fit. Yes, we are still better than the 3 and 4 star, but so what? That's not our competition. The competition are the others on the 5 star. So in this case, we simply decided that the design of the box is very important. So the core element of a music box somehow is the musical movement. That's something which distinguishes us from other elements. So we just put it in another shape. We decided, for example, in this case, to make a piece which is a reference to the yachting. So you see the shape of the boat. You see the design which goes to the boating. You see the sail. You see the winding mechanism, which is like a winch on a boat. So everything has to fit together. It has to be logical. When you see a unique piece, it has to be logical. We have a very traditional glass music box. Well, why to do all the little gold and this? There's still business for this, and we still do them. But we need to give them an alternative. We need to give them an alternative in a more contemporary design. Essentially, the music is the same. And yes, the music you choose. So from the traditional music box, where you find the Beethoven, the Mozart, and all the magnificent composers, we open the doors and we do Pink Floyd, Deep Purple, ABBA. Why not? You can compose your own melody, because at the end, we are a manufacturing company. Manufacturing, what does that mean? Let's do one step back. That means we actually manufacture. So if we manufacture, we can customize. And that's a challenge in luxury today, is not to do a thing which we, somewhere in Switzerland in the mountains, decide what you like in Tokyo, what you like in Shanghai or in Brazil. It's not up to us to decide. We can ensure that we have excellent craftsmanship. We can ensure that we do it on time, which is a rare thing today anyway, and that we can do something unique. So that is really the challenge. It's not anymore that much the hardware, the music box itself. We know to do that for some 149 years, 6 months and 7 days, but we know how to create around it. We work together with other companies. We are not alone in luxury industry. So we do a music box together with Ferrari. We do it in a limousine. Imagine the limousine picking up your guest at the airport. It's always the same limousine. And guess what? For the customer, it's always the same stuff. It's not new, because if I'm on that level of consumer or guest, having a limousine picking me up, it's normal. There's nothing special about it. Of course, there's Wi-Fi in the car. Of course, there's water, there's the newspaper, and. So what? It's not going to be something unique for me to write home about. I want the people to be surprised. In order to be surprised, in this case, what we did on the Mercedes car, simply on the armrest, when you drive, you find something unique. It's not an expensive thing, because luxury is not necessarily about money. It's more about having an idea, listening to the consumer, taking a step away from the 500 emails you find every day when you open the mail, and just say, let's think about what would our guest really feel. We're working together with various companies. L'Oreal, I mean, it's a small company, granted, but still, they came to us to find a solution for the perfume with La Vie est Belle. You see maybe the TV spot with Julia Roberts. They want to do a special thing for the Christmas presentation duty-free. So being an old-fashioned music box company, we were faced with a reality. We had to find out how to do the music box, which was playing obviously the song, but being in a duty-free store, it becomes difficult. So what we did is, we recreated the wonder of the TV spot. We put a Baccarat chandelier on top. We put a Swarovski base, so it would really be the Christmas atmosphere. We did lighting, LED lights. We did amplifiers in the back. Now, on this box, the real music box is maybe 10, 15% of the whole piece. But that's what we need to be. We need to be fulfilling the dreams of people, fulfilling the dreams of people that didn't even know that they had the dreams. And at the same time, make them consider that they have been the architects of the pieces. Because it's not us, a supplier, we need to be a partner, like in a hotel. We are not just the ones sliding the credit card through when they come in and go out. We need to be their partners. We need to take regional logics. We need to be about religion, about culture. We did a violin, typical thing on a music box. When we do a violin, we don't just put a violin in the market. We team up, in this case, with the New York Philharmonic Orchestra. It has to have a story around it. It's not just the hardware, again. It's something unique which has to be done. Then obviously when I go to the Middle East, violin, well, doesn't talk so much. So we do an oud, which is a typical geographically logical, cultural logical element. So we try to adapt and we try to be logical to the consumer. At this very moment, we're doing a pipa, which is known here, typical Chinese instrument. So while we produce all of those things in Switzerland, with the Swiss tradition, with the Swiss logic, timing, and cost, a little bit, we try to adapt to the customers. We also at one point had this famous 2008 gap. We saw that yesterday also on the statistics. And in 2008, I realized that we didn't have enough cloud. People said, who the hell buys a music box? So we needed to show them who actually is in there. So we have been able to relatively quickly see whether it's a princess from Japan, the Pope, the Dalai Lama, Elton John. And the thing is, all of those we did in about 12 months period. It's not because I had the phone number, because I knew what door to knock on. If you want to see the Pope and you knock on the regular door, you get a ticket and you're going to be there in 2117. And it's not going to be in the Vatican, it's going to be upstairs. So it's not good enough. So in every case, we needed to find out where to go. And in all of those cases, at any case, we never sponsor. We produce gifts, but we don't make gifts. We don't believe in sponsoring. And I mean, how can you sponsor the princess? It's really difficult. How can you sponsor the Pope or Dalai Lama? It's all through the other door. It's not the wallet, it's the heart. The heart is much deeper. Once you win the heart, it's much more interesting. You need also definitely to create interesting things, talking pieces. We are thinking and talking and listening to the In-Flight magazine. Now, journalists, as we all know, are a very curious breed. They are very hungry, but very picky what they eat. So in this case, what we did, we created a music box for the smartphones. You put your smartphone, which you have a problem, it's always empty. You put them on the music box, it will charge by induction. So as soon as you get to the office, it charges. As soon as you have a vibration on the phone, because you get a text message or a phone call, the music box will play. Yes, it's a toy, but it's a marvelous talking piece. It's something unique, because we cater to a very niche, elite population. And they want something different. Just to have an iPhone charger, a smartphone charger, who cares? I mean, you can get them at any supermarket. Here you have something which is unique, a talking piece, because our customers want talking pieces, and a small thing, we are a very small company. We are just about 50 employees, of which 40 employees actually produce the pieces. So imagine that our turnover and our budget for promotion and advertisement is close to zero. So how can I interest a magazine, a newspaper, a TV station, because I don't do any advertisement. We don't have simply money for that. So we're going on the other side. We're trying to give interesting stories. We're trying to tell them what we are doing, that what we are doing is interesting for the people. So aside today from the catalog pieces, which still exist, we're very proud of the 150 years of tradition, but other than that, we are working today a lot with high-level companies which have a need of gifts. Despite all the politics in Germany, France, Italy, where when you give a gift over 10 euros, you need to fill in the tax form, there are still cultures and countries where a gift is a normal behavior. You don't bring a gift, you are not educated. Those are today's market for us. Those are markets, if you see a few of the logos, we're talking about car companies, obviously, we're talking about different governments. These governments, they have a problem. We're trying to solve the problem. Usually we get together, the governments, presidents, show me your catalog. See, that's a wrong approach. It's not about what we have in the catalog. It's about what you need. It's about to say, well, what is your DNA? What's your culture, first of all? And secondly, what's the culture of the person you want to give your gift or your gifts to it? Because it's not very much me who has to decide whether I like it or not. It's very much about whether people who are receiving it are happy with it. Because when we buy gifts, let's think about our children. Are we buying the gifts for us or for our children? I mean, a gift by definition has to be for the people receiving it. So they are happy with it, and they are keeping it for a long time. I just had this experience recently with a company coming to me for a government Azerbaijan. At the end, they suggested that they wanted to sell or to give him as a gift a Swiss rock crystal on a piece of wood. Now, the thing is, they got kicked out from the palace over there, or from the government building, because they said it doesn't correspond to our tradition. In Azerbaijan, we have other values. It's not a Swiss stone someplace which is going to make our president happy. And it's all about this thinking, I think, the software, which is very important. You know, we all talked about books, about how to learn and everything. And I had this experience recently with one of our salesperson who said, look, I got this magnificent book about how to learn to do things. And it got 5 million copies. And I bought it. It was only $19.99. I tell him he's stupid. Because there are 5 million other people, they're reading the same book. So how do you want to convince somebody with a technique which everybody knows? If you have about the book, what you do is you write your book. You don't buy it. You buy it if you are at the beginning level of education. That's normal. But afterwards, you want to write your book. You want to see things, just one experience of a hotel. In the peninsula, in the case in Tokyo, it is usual to get your marriage done in the hotel. So what we do is we take the corporate identity, it's the bellboy hat, and we make a box like this. So in that case, the person having had their marriage, they have a permanent thing on their desk because they could only invite 50 or 100 people to the marriage. But they still would like to tell the people that they went to this luxurious hotel. And that's what we try to do them. It's win-win-win. Means the hotel wins because the guest itself, he can communicate later on, I spent my wedding at the peninsula. And at the same time, the people going to see that person are on the same social level. Oh yeah, I could go myself to the peninsula for something. So it's about making everything happy in there. Quick thing in Switzerland, you know the coffee machines and everything. So we created a Nespresso, what else? We're not going to talk too loud. And what we have is a different display for the coffee. It's not just like in the drawer. It has to do about emotion. It has to do about emotions. If we do something for Qatar, we do the wood from Qatar. We do the mother of pearl to make reference to pearl fishing. We do things with private clinics. We do things unique outside the box. And once we are finished with all this, we're trying to go out of this world also. Because somewhere there's limits to what you can do within Switzerland, within Europe, and within the world. So what we did, the last piece we showed, actually during this Basel World Show, which is the jewelry show, a unique music box making reference to Star Wars and Star Trek. So the melodies you have on this specific music box is about Star Wars, Star World. You have a Pink Floyd, you have Deep Purple. It's something different. We want to provide the customer with a product which he didn't think about. We need to try to think about what he doesn't even know. So we need to be psychologists more than salesmen. So in this piece, obviously the usual limited edition has to play in. But if you look at this piece, it's far, far away where no music box ever has gone. And that's the purpose of it. We want to surprise the people like I think you want to surprise the people every time when you face a customer. Thank you. I'm well done.
I would encourage everyone at lunchtime to come and have a look at this piece here. Kurt, if someone wanted to buy that piece and save you the excess luggage on the way home, how much would it cost them?
Well, that piece in particular A has a bit of emotion, but if you want to poorly bring it down to money...
Come on, we've got friends rates here, because we're all friends.
It's just nobody ever listens to it, no. The piece like this in Switzerland has a public price of 5,000 Swiss francs. A piece like this. Yours, that's going to be about 4,000 and change.
Do we have any bidders here?
A credit card is fine. Right.
It may only play the music on the box, but you do get a choice of what music you want.
Yes, definitely. I mean, on this one, we have a certain choice of about 200 different melodies, but every customer, if he has a specific melody, I mean, we're working together with people like Phil Collins, Elton John, they come up with their own composing, and then we make the necessary to adapt it. And adaptation, you need to think about, if you have a melody, any melody, it's typically 5 minutes, 4 minutes a song, and we need to reduce it to about 25 to 35 seconds. So it's a work very much like the journalist who has to put down the speech from a politician of 2 hours to 200 words. So it's something very important to get the essential in a music box.
Kurt, I was trying to make a sale for you here. And instead you gave us a pitch. Anyway, please come and have a look at the music box in lunchtime, because it is beautiful. Kurt Cooper, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I don't like these events to become interactive in any way, shape or form, in a mass way. But could you please raise your hands if you're happy? Are you all on drugs? That's really interesting. Okay, how many people are happy when they're at work? This is why I love my industry. We have the happiest industry in the world, but I notice it isn't 100% happy. My next guest is a very interesting gentleman. When I first came up with the idea of bringing Nick Marks here, there was a bit of skepticism. And then I said, just watch one of his, oh, my ears just popped. How lovely. Listen and watch one of his YouTube videos. And they watched about 30 seconds to 45 seconds and said, you must have him here. He's slightly different, but I think after listening to Nick Marks, you may change the way that you work. Nick, please.
Thank you. That's quite an introduction. Hopefully I've got a presentation, but I know they're putting my... I use Apple computers, which obviously confuses all sorts of people when it comes to the tech, because, well, Apple, like cigars and music boxes, delight a certain group of people. It gives them a more emotional experience of the product. So I am going to talk about happiness, but you know, it's actually my first time in Athens. I have been to Greek islands before, but I don't think I've been to the mainland before. And you know, I was remembering that here is the birthplace of one of the most amazing hospitality events that has ever been on the planet. It's the birthplace of the Olympics, and Athens has held the Olympics, the modern Olympics, twice. The very first one in 1896. And then in 2004, the Olympics. I think everyone expected them to get the 2000 Millennium one, but they got the 2004. And this is an image from the opening ceremony. And I don't know if you know this, but the most watched part of the Olympic Games is not the 100-meter final, but it is the opening ceremony. So a sporting event becomes around how people from the world gather together more than who wins. So I had a beautiful opening ceremony with the guy floating in on the sort of paper boat, and there's been a sort of escalating game between nations with the opening ceremonies, sort of going on through the last 20 years. You know, Beijing had this absolutely extraordinary opening ceremony, not all genuinely authentic, as we came to find afterwards, but an absolutely amazing opening ceremony. And as you probably know, and you can probably hear from my accent, I'm a Brit. And we had the Olympic Games in London just a couple of years ago. And the British psyche is quite interesting in that we're slightly guilty about our past, and we sort of don't quite know where we fit in the modern world. And the opening ceremony, we were very frightened that we would really mess up in the eyes of the world. That's sort of how most Brits felt. And in the sort of month before the Olympic Games, we were promised sheep. We were promised England's green pastures and sheep. And this did not go down very well with most of the population. It actually didn't go down well with the animal rights groups as well, who started campaigning against sheep being used in the ceremony. We did get sheep. But luckily, we also got Mr. Bean, we got the Queen jumping out of a helicopter, and we had the most phenomenal opening ceremony, I think, ever. And for me, the very favorite part of it was the scene of the Industrial Revolution, which is an extraordinary 100 years that happened in Britain, and it really did start in Britain, between about 1760, 1840, where the whole world changed how it worked. And steam engines like this is an image from the opening ceremony, this is the James Watt steam engine, started to transform the way that the world was powered, where they managed to turn the power of fossil fuels into rotary power that could deliver energy to flour mills, to factories. And it is the whole base of the modern industrial society, and those changes are still going on now. And James Watt, by the way, was an extraordinary marketer. He was the person that invented the word horsepower because he wanted mine owners to know how many horses they could retire if they put one of his machines in, and they understood the cost of a horse. So they could immediately start to relate to what this new machine did. But at the heart of the engine is an extraordinary device. It's here, and it's called a governor. And it's sort of level of technology that I can understand, not as an engineer. And a governor, these two ball bearings are rotating around that middle tube. And the more steam that goes through, the higher they move out, which transmits that information to the levers at the bottom and closes the valve. And this is an extraordinary device. It's the first instance of a real-time feedback mechanism that a machine that controlled a machine. And the really interesting part of this, well, there's lots of interesting parts to someone like me, but one of the really interesting parts of it is that it was control built into the machine. It was not control from outside of the machine. That's why he called it the governor, because the governor is British slang for someone on the shop floor who controls something, but it was built into the machine. People came from far and wide to see this machine. I see a machine that controls itself. I mean, we now have feedback mechanisms and self-control things absolutely everywhere through our lives. You know, every thermostat is one, all sorts of things. But at that time, 300 years ago, this was absolutely extraordinary. Now, why am I talking about steam engines and governors when I'm supposed to be talking about happiness? This is a picture of a happy guy. This is my best friend, Pete. You can all see that he's happy. You can see the wrinkles in his eyes, yeah, his smile. And the point really is that emotions in the organism act quite like a governor. They are about how we regulate our behavior. An emotion is picking up on a signal in the environment around us, and it is giving us information about what's happening. So fear is about a threat. Something is happening out in the world that threatens our well-being, and we need to respond to that in a functional way. There may be many options of how we respond to that. It can be freeze would be a normal response for certain animals when they're frightened because they can be lost in a crowd. It can be, or they can hide. It can be run away if you can outrun the predator, of course. And it can be gather together in a group and create a collective defense. So fear is very functional for us. Anger is about a violation of a norm, and it helps us respond to an injustice or something we think oversteps a mark. And all emotions are, well, one of the big differences between emotions and cognition and thought is that emotions are experienced in the body. They are accompanied by thoughts and feelings, but they are experienced in the body. So when we get angry, we get very agitated and full of energy, you know, and frightened. We actually can do extraordinary things. Adrenaline kicks in, and we can actually perform much better in those very short moments. A complicated emotion like sadness actually drains the body of energy, because when we lose a support system, which is what sadness tends to be responding to, it pays us to slow down. And these are all mechanisms, you want to call them mechanisms, that have evolved over millennia because they have helped our ancestors survive and thrive. And these so-called negative emotions of things like sadness, anger, and fear are really about threats, about our imminent survival. But what about happiness? What about positive emotions? Happiness, enthusiasm, joy, interest, contentment. Well, what's interesting is that they are, from an evolutionary perspective, more about our thriving. They're more about opportunities. So enthusiasm is about mobilizing energy so that we can seize an opportunity. Interest is about focusing energy so that we can respond to a challenge. So these are very highly functional to us. And if you're a business, an organization, you need to survive, but you need to thrive. You need to deal with threats, but you need to create and seize opportunities. You are, at least partly, if not mainly, I would argue, in an emotional space here. Obviously, marketers understand this now, appealed to this for a long time. But, you know, when we think about happiness in the workplace, you know, what's going on there? Now, there's another interesting thing about Pete. Well, there's lots of interesting things about Pete. He's my best mate. He's a car mechanic, by the way. So he's in the same industry as you, really. He's a service industry. But we can see that he is happy. If it was only about his own functionality, there wouldn't be a need to display it on the face from a purely sort of biological background. But the point is that we actually communicate around things. He's obviously happy because he's with me, but I'll put that one off. But we do things together. We actually, happiness, I would almost say, is a social emotion. If you're walking down a street laughing to yourself, you look slightly mad. If you're doing it with another person, it's the most natural thing in the world. That we share, it's a shared experience going on. In fact, we coordinate emotions with other people. Emotions are contagious. So, and we all do this. We think we're psychic. We walk into a room and we feel something before we understand what is happening in that room. We sense that something is up. We can sense a tension in the room or a high energy, positive emotion, whatever it is. And what we do as we enter that room, let's say we've come in, we're very enthusiastic, and we walk into the office and it feels very tense, is that we immediately adjust our emotional mood to fit with the experience about what's going on. We might be curious, inquisitive, but we don't jump around for joy when we see 8 people looking quite tense. We coordinate our things. So emotions are very, very contagious. And really the point is we have this expression in English that we should say person now, no person is an island. We are all interconnected in webs of people. And I mean, you know, social networks that are about genuine connections, not just online ones. And emotions travel around a group. There's a lot of research on this. There's a big study in the US called the Framlington Health Study, which has been looking at health behaviors over a long period of time. And they look at also how do people's emotions travel around a group. And what everybody probably knows is that, you know, we're supposed to be just 6 degrees of separation from anybody else on this planet. That, you know, Kevin Bacon made this famous, but it's been around for a long time. There have even been experiments with people trying to send packages to find people with no address. Well, emotions travel around a group to 3 degrees of separation. which means that my emotional experience affects my friend, which affects their friend, which affects their friend. The effects obviously get smaller, but they are statistically significant in large studies like the Framlington Health Study, and they can be tracked. And what that means is that we affect approximately 2,000 people with our mood. Now, this is not a one-way street. We are affected by 2,000 people. So it's going both ways. But that's a very, very large effect. So if you think about your organization and the interconnection in there, then people's happiness, and indeed their unhappiness, affects other people around them, and it affects us too. So we've all had the experience of working in a team that is someone that I would call a radiator, someone who just radiates positive energy, and they really, really enthuse us. We can go to them, you know, to get energized. We also work with what I call drains, that people almost act like a black hole, and they just suck energy out of you. And they're really no fun to work with at all. Well, if you think in your organization, you want to have more radiators than drains. In your private life, you do as well. If you're married to a drain, watch out. It's going to be a problem for you. But, you know, so, these are very, very important things. And they give and take a lot of energy. There's a lot of energy, a lot of physical energy around our emotions. So happiness matters. It's highly functional for us. And it's contagious. But what about happiness at work? I mean, it still sounds a bit weird. You know, I was talking to a friend. His and my son play rugby together. So we've sort of known each other for a couple of years before we actually talked about what we did for work. And when I told him, he looked at me very quizzically and he goes, happiness, work? You know, I understand both of those words, but I've never thought of putting them in the same sentence together. And, you know, people don't go to work to be unhappy, but they don't really think about it as a source for happiness. Organizations don't really want to think about the happiness of their employees. They're thinking about their productivity, their performance. You know, am I just a crazy Brit saying that this is actually a very important factor? Well, there's a lot of research around happiness at work. One of the first things to say is that Gallup, you know, they do this measure, they do a global measure of how happy people are at work. They call it engagement, but when they talk about highly engaged people, they're talking about people who work with passion. Their description of these groups of people are very emotionally toned. And only 13% of the world's global workforce are working with passion. 1 in 8 people. Twice as many are actively acting out their unhappiness at work. And then most people are in the middle, just putting in the time, turning up, collecting their wages, doing their job. Well, when you start looking at comparing the teams that have more highly engaged, happy people with them, their performance is a lot better. So you see things like lower absenteeism rates. You know, you turn up for work if you enjoy it. In fact, actually, if you're happy, you get less sick. And that might seem a bold claim until when you think about it. When you're stressed, you do get sick. So the opposite also happens. They've done experiments where they've exposed happy and unhappy people to the flu virus, and unhappy people catch the flu much more regularly than happy people. Happy people tend to be surrounded by good support systems, which means other people are caring about them, which means other people notice things are going on about them and sort of nag them to go to the doctor about something, so they catch things earlier. They also, if they have an accident or they need to be taking their medications, when you're in a caring support network, people remind you to take your medication, remind you to do the physical exercises, so they recover more quickly from illnesses, from accidents, than unhappy people. All translating into lower absenteeism rate. Lower staff turnover. Varies a lot industry from industry. Some industries have very high staff turnover, some have lower. But you don't leave a job you enjoy, except sometimes for other reasons, but it reduces a huge number of reasons about why people will look for another job. Obviously, staff turnover costs a lot. fewer accidents at work. Happier people pay more attention. Indeed, they actually have more peripheral vision. So sports psychologists know this, that, you know, if someone gets angry with the referee, it's really important they process that in 10 seconds, 5 seconds, because they're off their game if they remain angry, because anger is about narrowing your eyes, you know, whereas actually you need a lot of peripheral vision in most ball games. Well, similarly, if you are happy at work, you enjoy it, you care about your organization, you're going to notice something isn't quite right with your machine, with your whatever you're doing. You'll notice it and you will pay attention to it and you will deal with it. This even translates, I mean, in your industry, in restaurants, you know, if you are a customer in a restaurant and you're going, hello, I want some service, and the waiter doesn't see you, that's obviously a bit annoying, and you guys run restaurants and things, so that's poor customer service. But, you know, maybe if the waiter's in a bad mood, they literally do not see you. You know, if they're in a good mood, they're going to notice more. For the customer, bad service, you know, it depends what it is, but, you know, it's your business, so it is very important. But I always talk about if this is your drip machine in a hospital, suddenly this becomes a matter of life or death. And you can see research on the well-being of nurses, which links to critical response time to emergency, which links to death rates. And so there are higher death rates on wards where nurses are less happy. It makes sense, really, if they're stressed about their shifts and whatever, they're not going to do as good a job. And these translate into critical key performance indicators. There's higher productivity. Productivity is often difficult to measure at a team level, an organization, but basically it's around two things. It's around quantity of work and around quality of work. And there's links between positive mood and both of those. So if you're in a positive mood, you can produce between 10 and 15% more of a relatively straightforward task. But also, there's lots of research showing that creativity comes best when people are in supported environments and they're in good moods, where they can make the links between things. And critically, creativity involves people thinking of things they hadn't thought of before. And then that becomes the first step towards innovation, which becomes a repeatable thing that you can make a business out of. So that if you're in an industry that requires a lot of creativity, it's very important. And then for your industry, Gallup claimed 10% better customer service. Now, I've looked at this and I've got absolutely no idea how they're measuring customer service, and therefore what is the metric that they're claiming 10% more of. I can't work out what they're talking about. I know a lot of you use things like net promoter value, that sort of thing. But again, I don't know what they're saying here. It seems to me phenomenally low, this figure, in that I actually think that customer service is all about the emotional exchange between the service provider and the service user. You know, that is really, really what's going on. And, you know, if we look at Pete again, you know, you would rather be served in your garage by a guy that will smile at you than one that will scowl at you, okay? But, you know, in your industry, I think you have a lot of challenges in the authenticity of this. Very famously, and even in psychology is called this, you have the Pan Am smile. This is very, very difficult for all sorts of guys and girls that work in your industry, where the customer is king and they need to smile all the time, even when they are feeling furious with the customer about something, when everything is going wrong in their supply chains or whatever they're doing, and they've still got to feel good, you know? And, you know, they actually done experiments about how to make people smile like this. There's a very famous one from Victorian times. This guy used to give electric shocks into the muscles to try and trying to get this poor mentally ill guy, really, to smile in the right way with electric shocks. But, you know, you can't do this to your people. You can't do that. So, you know, how do you get back to authenticity in this space? You know, how do you do luxury where you allow people to be themselves? I would think is a big challenge. I don't have an answer for you. I just notice that this must be very difficult, because we actually are, you know, going back to this Pan Am smile, she's not doing too bad actually, but we can really, really notice a fake smile. You know, there are about 47 muscles in the face. We're exquisite at detecting a genuineness of a smile or not. So, you know, if you're smiling through grimaced teeth, it's going to not come across as well anyway. So, you know, it's a difficult, I just sort of notice, I think that's a difficult challenge for you. So happiness, you know, at work, and how much cash? The last speaker was a little bit reluctant to talk about the money here, but I'm going to talk about the money a little bit. If you put all those things through a sort of, you know, a rough back-of-the-envelope calculation around how much absenteeism there is in an economy, how much people's wages are, that sort of thing, then you actually come out for a company that's about 250 people, which is roughly the average size of a company in the UK, then how much do they save a year? Well, it comes out to be, is it coming? There it is. I should say euros, actually. €1 million a year, every year. In lower absenteeism rate, higher staff retention, talent attraction, I haven't even talked about, innovation, productivity gains. And those are actually making relatively modest assumptions, you know, lower than the Gallup ones. So there's a lot of money going on there that can be saved if your employees are enjoying their work. Yeah, so just really to make that point. So happiness matters, but somehow it's not being taken seriously. I'm just going to whiz through a piece of research which shows how systematic this is, which is that a lot of you might be, I don't know if any of you are publicly quoted companies, but there's a big pressure from shareholders on a lot of companies. And this is a you know, business magazine which is saying that the management are focused on the employees to the detriment of shareholders. You know, why would I buy a stock like that? The company that he was talking about is Costco. It's a big American supermarket chain. Costco regularly come in the Great Place to Work list in the States. The CEO at the time of that quote was called Jim Senegal, and he said, I happen to believe that if you want to reward the shareholder in the long term, you have to please your customers and your employees. I would go one step further. If you want to please your customers, you need to look after your employees first. And there's a guy that's done research. He's looked at all the places in the Great Place to Work list, and he's looked at their stock market performance. He creates quite an interesting benchmark. This is 1998, which is the first time the Great Place to Work list was listed in Forbes magazine. So the information is in the market. Traders always want to know if there's perfect information in the market. This is there. This is how the benchmark of stocks did. It was a carefully selected benchmark. I won't bore you with the details, but I just want to say it's a good piece of research. And that's how they did over that time. And if you had a portfolio of every year's Great Place to Work list, they did that. Which ends up being, on a return of, you know, put $100 in, it's about 2.2 times the return that you would have got. So even the stock market guy, I mean, he's a fool because he's actually not doing his job. If you actually look for companies that treat their employees well, they will do better than ones that don't. So who's taking it seriously? A couple of examples. First one, this is Zappos, American online shoe company, sort of the Amazon of shoes. Well, actually, they're now apparel. They do clothing and all sorts of other things as well. Tony Hsieh, this young man, was the second employee at Zappos when they were turning over nothing. And he took it to being sold to Amazon for $2 billion 11 years later. And his business model was around, he wanted to deliver service, had extraordinary policies like you could return shoes for 365 days. You didn't have to do it within 1 month. And I asked him, I know him a bit, I asked him, you know, don't people mistreat it? He says, well, a couple of people do, but we don't sell to them anymore. Make your policy for the majority people who will be honest and good people, deal with the people that don't in a different way. He has 2 rules for the people that answer his phones, respond to emails. If you're contacting an online company, you've got a problem. He has 2 rules for them, and telephones in workplaces, you know, in call centers are one of the most heavily scripted, heavily controlled environments of the modern world. But he has 2 rules. Be yourself. Use your judgment. You know, if the customer can take humor, use your humor. Bring it to the situation, yeah? Longest call on record is 8 hours to a customer. He doesn't have any key performance indicators on that. They just enter the legend of myths of Zappos customer service. But he's freeing people up in relatively mundane jobs to be what you would call autonomous. Another one, which you probably won't have heard of as a company, is is a Dutch company called Buurtzorg. I mean, they're not a company, they're a not-for-profit. They are about community nursing. Nursing has got very reduced to people going in, doing an operation, an intervention, coming out again. Buurtzorg turned it totally on the head. They allocated a nurse to a family who had someone in the community that had a problem, and she treated, or he treated, he looked after the whole person. And they had teams self-manage. If they need to get support from the center of the system, they have a series of coaches, not managers, who will give them and coach them how to deal with a particular diabetes or particular something else that they need to do, or how they do their profit and loss in their teams, because every team is self-managing. Buurtzorg has had faster growth than Zappos. It went from no employees to 7,000 in a 7-year period because nurses love working for them. Nurses got into nursing to care for people, not to do injections. So if you let them do the job that they want to do and they're passionate about, they will do a better job. What can organizations do? This is the critical question. This is what my company, Happiness Works, are doing. How can we help organizations doing? It's always good to go for simple ideas about how people can do it. So here are what we say 5 ways to happiness at work. The image of the fruit is there because in the UK, we have this idea that 5 fruit and vegetables a day are good for you. So the number 5 is quite critical here because 5 is a good number. So here are 5 ways to happiness at work. The first one is connect, which is that relationships between people are a critical part of business. Relationships between employees, relationship between teams at work, relationships to customers, relationships to suppliers. Connections are the most important thing. Human beings are creatures that connect. We actually, all of us in this room were made through a relationship. Our parents got together and we were born. We're created in a relationship. We're brought up in a network of relationships. We go to work in a network of relationships. Don't think of connections and friendships at work as things that just happen on the tea break or after work. They are a critical part of your business, even if they don't have an immediate business goal. The next one is be fair. That people hate injustices, unfairness. They hate it if the people at the bottom are paid a normal wage and the CEO is paid 100 times more than them. That does not feel fair. Organizations that have that sort of structure are going to struggle to have people feeling really happy at work with their pay. They're going to always feel it's unfair. But treat people fairly in terms of their work-life balance. They have a life outside of work. Respect that and help that. The next one is support them. And by support, I don't mean cradle them, hold them. I mean give them the training they need. Support them to do the job that they do well. If they're a line manager, train them on how to manage people in the best way. But you've also got to challenge them. Humans respond to stretch. We like to be stretched. We like to keep learning. We like to accomplish things. And finally, inspire them. Give them a purpose to their work, which is beyond just what they're doing. Let them not be a bricklayer. Let them build a cathedral. See what the bigger picture, the bigger image of what your organization is doing. So, happiness is important. It's also visible. As I said here, you can see that Pete's happy. And I get very interested in thinking about creating engines of change for organizations. So, if the governor is an elegant feedback mechanism, how can we create feedback mechanisms for organizations on happiness at work? This is what my business does, which is that we start to create tools for organizations to use that track and their employees' happiness and well-being at work. The important thing is that this doesn't just sit up in HR. It comes back to every person, every team. Everyone gets a report. Each of these colors is showing different people's happiness at work. You can see, which types of jobs people are doing. You can see which teams are happier than other teams. And everyone gets their own personal report on how they can be happier at work. Because if someone's bothered to answer a questionnaire, give them feedback. They've given them your time, give them something back. So I think happiness is a serious business. And my question to you is your business serious about happiness? Are you taking it seriously? Thank you very much.
Do we have any happy questions for the happy man? I would like to ask you a question. Does increased pay equal happiness?
You know, the problem with pay and happiness is that we all want to be paid 20% more than we are. And then when we're paid 20% more, we adjust pretty quickly and we want the next 20%. So it's, you know, it's a difficult thing. And pay, where pay is really critical, is fairness. Do you feel you're paid appropriately? I mean, you know, when there are ridiculous gender gaps between men and women doing the same job, you know, and being paid differently, of course women are going to feel that's unfair. So, you know, the fairness becomes much more important than the level of pay. But that isn't to say you don't reward people. You know, it's part of a package. But people will respond better to an emotional reward, to a sense of community. So bonuses that are given to teams work better than individual bonuses. Because individual bonuses set people in competition. Collective bonuses help people cooperate.
Here's a happy man.
Thank you. It just got me thinking, in some cultures, the expression of happiness is seen as a weakness or a negative sentiment with strangers. I experienced this with some of our Slavic customers in the world of cigars. If you grin happily at them, they think you're stupid or trying to cheat them. How does that complicate the sort of message, I suppose, that you're perhaps transmitting there?
Yeah, and it's interesting you say Slavic. So anyone that is from Central Eastern Europe, you know, you are renowned for being less happy than Western Europe and Latin America. Latin America as a culture does the other way, very, very exuberant. And the Central Eastern European countries, same level of GDP per capita, similar levels of life expectancy as Latin America, spectacularly less happy. And there's a lot of reasons for that, including the systematic destruction of communities over the last 100 years, where people have been moved and dislocated from their spaces and all sorts of things. But there also does seem to be some sort of personality, so that, you know, if you almost, this is me just repeating conversation, so if anyone is Central Eastern European, you're welcome to come back to me and challenge me on this. But they say that, you know, it almost feels like people want to bring you down when you're happy in those countries, that it's sort of not okay. And I think that stops them. I think that must stop them collectively as a society flourishing. It must have an effect. As to, you know, but it is about, we need to fit in. It's about social norms. You know, probably even more important than us and being happy is being part of a group. And so we will sacrifice some, you know, personal positive experiences to belong. Any of you that are in, you know, have been in a marriage or been in a relationship where you stayed much longer than you were happy, the sense of belonging became more important to you than the positive experiences. So there's a dilemma going on there, because belonging is probably even more important. So I would just say, from a business perspective, that will be running suboperatively. When you're doing it statistically, we find all sorts of people use statistical scales differently. So Americans will use the extremes, will use 1 and 7s, you know, because they're all high five, you know, awesome. And, you know, and you'll find people in countries like Finland, Norway, where they're a little bit more introverted, or Japan, Korea, they use the middle of the scales more. So we try, and where we can do local benchmarks. So you start to iron out these cultural differences, and you're doing stuff with local data. So it's a complicated thing, but there's something in what you say.
It's time for one more happy question, please.
I can deal with one microphone. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have 2 questions. So
2 questions?
Well, it's
that's
one question with
it's
2 parts.
It's good to break rules. Very good to break rules. Carry on.
Okay. So coming from a Greek background and being part of a Greek family business, because of the financial crisis in Greece for the past 5 years, there were 2 issues. 1, we had to make reductions in salaries. 2, we had to make reductions in people. We're recovering, so things are going much better at the moment. But we had to face 2 issues. 1, dealing with our own unhappiness. So how do you make sure that you keep the balance within the business? Because when you're so stressed about your own profits and whether the business will survive, how do you manage to keep the balance and make the people around you being happy? So that's the first part. Second part is when people around you know that they might be the next one, that they're going to become redundant, or that they're going to stay, but they have to go through massive reductions in their salaries. So talking from people that they have been getting 5,000 K a month in Procter & Gamble, and now because of the financial crisis, they have to take, 1,200. That's a huge difference. How can you keep these people happy until you go to the next stage in 2 or 3 years when you can pay again the same salaries?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, there's quite a lot in there. One is that obviously it's no good making happy businesses which don't perform. And, because they're not sustainable, because they're going to go. And it's also no good, in my opinion, making high-performing teams that are not happy, because they will be not sustainable, people will leave. So you're trying to go for the sweet spot of both. And when you're dealing with a pressure such as Greece has faced, these things become very challenging. What I will notice, if I just look at the big headline economic data for Greece, let's compare it to Iceland. Iceland also had a huge financial crisis, actually. Huge banking collapse, huge drop in real wages, huge unemployment. Iceland has actually come out of it much stronger, much more easily and much happier than Greece has. There were things that happened in Iceland around that, which is that people understood it was a collective issue, and that they were not taking very personally what was going on. If they had high levels of debt, the personal debt, they really, really struggled with unemployment. If they didn't, they saw it as a new way to build community. Much, much smaller community, Iceland, 300,000 people to Greece. Greece had so much injustice and unfairness in the way that the economic crisis developed and the way that it fell. And so people felt there was a lot of anger in Greece, and it probably still is, about the unfairness of the situation. And that's much harder to deal with than in Iceland, where it was 5 bankers that bankrupted them. Okay, those people got ostracized, but most other people felt innocent. So there's a lot of complicated and a lot of anger in Greece around that. And really, that's the second point of my thing, which is that fairness is critical to happiness. So redundancies happen, yeah? Businesses have to downsize. Fairness, transparency, treating people with dignity in those difficult situations become really, really important. It's not last in, first out. It has to be around the job structures and all things like that. It's a very, very difficult process. In the UK, we've had a downturn and difficulties. The organizations that have done better are the ones that did things collectively. So everybody took a pay cut. Everybody went to 4-day weeks. They've actually then, when the situation's got better, they've actually got employees who know that you've been loyal to them, so they will be loyal to you. If you've messed up, I was going to use a stronger word, messed up your employees, that when things get better, they will leave you. They will not forget that you've messed them up. So treating those difficult situations with fairness, transparency, and dignity becomes the most important thing, really, to do it. And there are a lot. I do talk about happiness. I do talk about that. But I also talk about the functionality of anger and fear and sadness. In a process like that, there'd be a lot of people who are feeling angry, a lot of people who are frightened about the next job, and there'd be a lot of grief in a system like that, where people feel sad about their colleagues who've left. So it's how you deal with those as well. And really, really the plea for my work is to recognize that emotionality exists in the workplace, to work with it. It's a huge energy that's going on in the workplace. And actually, how you deal with conflicts, difficulties, will really give a strong signal to your employees about how respected they are, and therefore how much they will give you back as an organization.
Nick, I've got to stop you there, but
Yeah.
thank you very much indeed. Nick Mark. Just as I was walking up, a nice lady asked me whether I was happy. And for me, education is happy. And today I've learnt so much. From Samad and David, I learnt that actually I should go and stay in a W hotel. I never have, because I've always felt that it was too trendy for me. But apparently, I would be able to feel at home there. I learned from my second guest today, Kerry Smith. She said to me, I never do anything like this before because I'm too scared. In fact, my conversation with her was fantastic. And so I learned that people who are scared don't necessarily need to be. Technology, that the future of technology is having no technology. I like that. Cigars, well, cigars make me happy. Music makes me happy. And Nick Marks makes me happy. So, we now have lunch. I've been asked to remind those who are going to a Synergy lunch to go to a Synergy lunch, and the rest of us will network, eat sandwiches, and be happy. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please take your seats for the afternoon session? Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to be Swiss, but we need to get on. If you could please take your seats. Kurt. That's a good idea. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a lovely lunch. We now have to go into the afternoon session of this second day of Luxury Hospitality 2014. I do have to warn you that if you think that you wish to leave the event sometime during the afternoon, you are going to miss out on some very, very interesting topics. Including one about a potato. See? I've made you think. Right, so this afternoon is going to be dominated by hotels, hospitality, of course, and money, investment. And our first guest is the Global Head of Hospitality, Travel, Hospitality, and Leisure Industry Group at Deloitte. And this gentleman I've heard once before. And if you don't learn something from this guy, then it's been a wasted opportunity. Mr. Nick Van Marken, the stage is yours.
Thanks very much, Varun, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Always a tough one to pull people away from lunch, so apologies for that instance. As Varun has said, my session today is entitled Luxury Hotel Investment, but it's a little bit more than that. The agenda is as follows. I'm going to talk a little about what I call the big picture, then touch on performance, specifically hotel performance, obviously, investment into the hotel sector, and then maybe a few observations on the future. So firstly, the big picture. Now, we've heard quite a lot already over the last day and a half about perhaps the difficulty in segmenting luxury brands. What I've attempted to do here is split brands based on what I call traditional luxury and what might be called more contemporary lifestyle luxury, and then look at who's got a global footprint, which is, you know, greater than 50 hotels. Those have got less, and then look at the sort of resort sector completely separately. Don't try and understand this. If anyone wants this data, I'm very happy to share it. What it really tells you is that luxury is actually today quite complex, but there are certain things that remain fairly consistent. And luxury used to be described as traditional. Most of you will recognize these hotels, whether it was Claridge's, the de Burgh, the Ritz. The origins of luxury in the hotel sector certainly were perhaps fairly traditional. But that's changing, and even some of the more traditional operators, the Dorchester Collection, for instance, Mandarin Oriental, have shifted quite dramatically, and fairly recently as well. And they're focusing on a new demographic. We've heard a lot about this demographic, whether we call it millennials or the sort of new, rich. They want something slightly different, but they're still looking for some of the original themes and consistency that came with these hotel operators. And the other thing that's really come forward quite dramatically is design. And this is no more so than in some of the big international hotel groups. If you look at Marriott with Ian Schrager and the Edition brand, If you look at W, which is a Starwood brand, if you look at Andaz, which is Hyatt's new offering, or Me, which is out of Solmelia, all of them are attempting to lead with design, certainly offering a particular brand focused on this emerging demographic. They've all got anywhere from 10 to 20 actual brands. They're actually brand stables in many ways. So they offer brands, but there are very, very specific new brands that are really quite specifically design-led. Now, we've just had a very interesting presentation on China. And what's interesting to me is the focus that we're seeing, particularly on Paris, and it came through very clearly in Amrita's research from China. And it's no surprise, therefore, if you look at Paris and London increasingly, to find that you now have Mandarin Oriental, Shangri-La, Raffles, Peninsula, all present in a market which for a long time was regarded as almost impossible to get into. So we've got new hotels from Eastern brands that are really appealing to a new consumer that is beginning to travel. Depending on what number you're looking at, it's somewhere between 100 and 200 million Chinese outbound travelers anticipated. This is a huge new demographic, so no real surprise. And the numbers that are being spent on these hotels is similarly staggering. The other area, and again, sort of leaning east here, is the arrival of some of the big spa or resort brands who are doing either standalone properties or they're going into hotels and actually putting one of their brands inside existing hotels. Another very, very significant trend. New arrivals, you saw from the list earlier on, one of the things that is perhaps most noticeable is that new luxury brands are being created. Alrov is a brand out of Israel. They've got 3 hotels in Europe at the moment. Huge money behind it, construction company. Corinthia, company that is Maltese-based but with Libyan money. And both of these players have got big, big ambitions. Of course, the challenge for the hotels that I referred to as traditional is that they're now anywhere from 50 to 100 years old, and all of them are playing catch-up. This is just the rough idea of what the refurbishments of these hotels will cost. The Savoy's obviously already reopened, 220 million there. The Ritz, 140 expected. The Crillon, 100 expected there. Both of those closed at the moment. So they're having to compete and they're having to aggressively invest. And of course, the other area that we're seeing luxury arrive is what I describe on the beach or the resort sector, particularly in the Mediterranean. 10 years ago, if you had said that Ritz-Carlton would be in Tenerife, most people wouldn't have believed you. If you had said Mandarin Oriental would be in Bodrum in Turkey, similarly. This is all changing. The demographic that they're appealing to is traveling, they're going further afield, and they're willing to go to destinations if the right brand is at the end of the route. What's in a name? Well, again, we're creating brands from almost nothing, although of course there is something there. There's the seed of a brand in the form of St. Regis, Raffles, Waldorf Astoria. They were all famous hotels. They're all now global brands. They've all got huge, ambitious programs to grow, and they are growing already. Just to give you a recent example of a pretty stunning statistic, Hilton recently announced, this week in fact, that the Waldorf Astoria in New York had been sold to the Chinese insurer Anbang for a mere $2 billion. Now, Anbang is an insurance company. This is really Chinese outbound capital going into a safe haven, but it's being attached to a brand they recognize and they respect. Obviously, Waldorf Astoria already in China. Just to give you a perspective, $2 billion is just 500 million short of what Blackstone raised through the IPO of Hilton. It's a staggering sum of money. And of course, if you want to understand how you can extend your reach, go and talk to Barry Sternlicht at Baccarat, or speak to Louis at Cheval Blanc. I mean, the ability to take a vineyard and create a hotel company, or a crystal company and create a hotel company is remarkable. The suites at the Baccarat in New York will be expected to be selling for $5,000 to $6,000 a night. The average rate is expected to be about $1,000 a night. This is a brand that does not exist, but they believe the consumer is there. Let's talk about performance for a minute. We heard yesterday, actually, about the lack of tourism strategy across Europe. Actually, if you look at performance across Europe, there's a similar divide. Now, part of this, obviously, unsurprisingly, is because of the economy. If you look at Spain, if you look at Italy, this is really economics-led. You can see that France is having a fairly tough time generally, but the actual luxury market is doing relatively well. Switzerland, of course, this is all about the Swiss franc and the strength of the Swiss franc. But you can clearly see the south is sort of negative, the north broadly positive. But the good news is luxury is ahead of the previous peak. So you can see the decline. In 2009, we hit the bottom. You can see generally Europe is still behind in terms of overall RevPAR performance, or sorry, average rate, the price, but luxury is ahead. So luxury has actually surged ahead of where it was at the previous peak. And indeed, if you look across Europe, the premium for luxury is also apparent, anywhere from 2 to 3.5 times what the average price is being paid for a hotel in these markets. Luxury's got a price, but there are clearly people prepared to pay it. Now, the really startling statistics come out in investment. Now, why would people invest in luxury hotels? Well, clearly capital growth, that's one of the key motivators. Yield, but that's often less important. And of course, bragging rights. But if you actually look at the returns on hotels, and this was in 2011, so not that long ago, you can see that apparently the returns weren't that great. This is obviously a trading return. But people are still investing. Now, they're not quite at the level they were in 2007, when in Europe alone, 20 billion euros was invested. But you can see that it's coming back, and importantly, luxury forms a significant portion of it. In fact, investor interest in Europe exceeds the previous peak. I would surmise that we have seen what can only be regarded as a global land grab. The buyers of luxury hotels, the people that have picked up these assets, we'll talk about them in a minute, are not traders of these assets. They are holders. This is long-term capital preservation. To quote Eddie, this is putting your cigar down in the basement or putting a fine wine down. Fine art. Think of it the same way. These are collector's pieces. They are, in fact, being collected. And who said finding financing was difficult? In the last 5 years, these hotels have all managed to find finance to redevelop, to be built, to be refurbished. There is no shortage of capital for the luxury hotel market. None. And in fact, if you look at the overall numbers, they're quite staggering. Now, the definition here is important. This is luxury as in the context of Four Seasons, Mandarin Oriental, Waldorf Astoria. This is not JW Marriott, Sheraton, Intercontinental. So in the period of the worst financial crisis since the Depression, 15 billion euros poured into luxury European hotels, just Europe, this data. So in the worst financial crisis, 15 billion went into refurbishment, acquisition, and new build. It's quite an extraordinary number. Perhaps one of the more interesting things, and I thought I'd bring this given that the École are involved, is the huge amount of investment that's gone into Switzerland. It perhaps started at the Dolder, but you've now got over $1 billion going into the Chedi Andermatt, huge development in Bergenstock, the Alpina, first new hotel in Gstaad for a long, long time, giving the Palace no doubt a run for its money. Again, a lot of inbound investment, and this is coming from abroad in most cases, in a lot of cases from the Middle East. Again, capital preservation, in some ways capital flight. London, a safe haven. Broadly speaking, if you want to buy something in London and you haven't bought it, you're out of luck. The city's full. Essentially, 1 in every £7 globally, or €7, shall we say, globally, in terms of commercial real estate, is going into the London property market. Over 60% of all commercial real estate in London is owned by people who do not live in London, not UK domiciled. Just gives you an understanding of the view of London as a safe haven. So what's driving this? Well, this is a a little slide I drummed up to give you the sort of thought process of a high net worth individual. You know, once you've got the house, the boat, the plane, you want the hotel. Part of this is bragging rights, but most of it is wealth preservation. And if ever you wanted to see who was preserving wealth in the hotel sector, it's the Qataris. Over 7 billion euros of Qatari money has poured just into the European hotel sector. Chinese aren't far behind, the Russians are out there, the Kazakhs, all emerging markets, all printing money largely on the back of oil. Now, 2014 has seen a remarkable turnaround. Confidence has returned dramatically. Whether it's well placed, I think we can all debate. But certainly at the moment, there's an excess of liquidity and in many ways a shortage of product. It's not the lack of appetite, it's what do you spend the money on. So the future. I just thought I'd give you some of the highlights. International arrivals, actually in the New York Times this morning, they talked about the first 6 months of this year already being up 22 million. So last year, for the first time, more than 1 billion people crossed international borders. It looks like it's going to continue to grow. Pretty much every single stat you look out there is positive. But, there's always a but, there's lots of other reasons that we should perhaps remain slightly concerned. Eurozone recovery is very slow. We know that there's mixed messages from emerging markets. And of course, there is the issue around Middle East and North Africa, particularly Syria, Iraq, and the situation out there. So there are lots of unknowns that can derail this. What doesn't seem to be in doubt, however, is the perception that putting money into luxury hotels is a relatively safe bet. In fact, luxury generally has gone from strength to strength. This is data from Bain. It's fairly well known. You can see that the expectation is that it's going to hit roughly 240 billion globally this year. That's 4 to 6% growth. You know, that's well on the way to becoming $250 billion in terms of spending on luxury goods of all types. No lack of appetite. But the luxury traveler is changing, and we've heard a couple of comments in this regard today. More experiential, we've heard that word already, more connected, and perhaps most importantly, more value conscious. Just because you're buying luxury doesn't mean you want to get ripped off. And if you look at what people are doing about this, perhaps we look at several new themes. The sense of place, tech savvy, IT is fundamental. Of course, service is vital, and it will remain vital. But you have to be able to be connected, and importantly, people want this instantly, and they want it free. Less is more. Informal food and beverage, good chefs, but easy to eat food, easy to understand, and responsible luxury. Of course, the retailers have spotted this. No surprise. Bulgari, Armani, Versace, they're all on the case. They're all looking for opportunities to get into the sector, and in many ways they already have. Expect more from them. And it's more than just the decor. The designers are increasingly at the lead. The architects and designers that you choose for your hotel are now as important as the brand whose name is on the front door. And the restaurant and bar are actually now, in many ways, enjoying a renaissance that we haven't seen perhaps since the 60s or 70s. Hoteliers are now running restaurants and bars that actually make a profit. And very often, the most profitable element of that is the chef himself, as the chefs are definitely in charge. We've also seen luxury go into new markets. Who would have imagined a Four Seasons in Azerbaijan, or a Ritz-Carlton in Almaty, a One and Only in Montenegro? These are all new markets. These are brands that are looking to take the brand abroad and to actually go and look for that consumer, because guess what? They're all traveling as well. And finally, just a couple of comments from a couple of old friends. Vicky Oberoi. I'll let you read that. It's quite It's quite classic Bicky. And then Adam Tahaney, who's a world-class hotel designer, who basically says, you know, we should actually allow the customer to have some say in this. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my relatively rapid canter through the luxury hotel industry. Thank you for your attention, and I'll hand you back to Varun. Varun.
Thank you so much, Nick. Right, next up, maximizing room revenue. How can a hotel utilize its room inventory? I've got two very, very special guests. Firstly, Mr. John Spence, who's founder and chairman and CEO of the Karma Royal Group. He's not a gentleman that you may have heard of, but when you hear what he's done and revolutionized the way that luxury hotels have been working for many years, I think you'd be surprised. And the other one's a lady called Katerina Kotopis, who many of you will know from Dolphin Capital Partners. I'm actually amazed that Katerina can walk up here today. On Sunday, she ran 26 miles. And look at her, she's in high heels and in pain.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you both.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Start off with you, Katerina. You've got two and a half minutes to talk about yourself and Dolphin Capital Partners.
Okay, I'd rather talk about Dolphin Capital Partners, not myself. And I think that video should be up there, yes. Which is
It'll come.
It will come, one thing at a time. Okay, for those of you, hello to everyone. Thanks, Varun, for giving me the opportunity to be here with everyone today. Our company, Dolphin Capital Partners, manages another company called Dolphin Capital Investors, which is actually listed on the London Stock Exchange on AIM. What we do is we invest in leisure-integrated resorts, beachfront. The video you're seeing is actually footage from Varun's shooting last year at our flagship resort, Amanzoe, which opened 2 years ago. It's part of the Aman Resorts Group. Where we invest in Southeast Mediterranean, we invest in Greece, Turkey, Croatia, and Cyprus. And also we've chosen 2 destinations in the Americas. Those are Panama, we own a beautiful island in Panama, and in the Dominican Republic, where we're also creating another Aman resort, which will open up next year. In creating those beautiful destinations, we partner with some of the best hotel brands on planet Earth, such as Aman Resorts, the Ritz-Carlton, GHM, Waldorf Astoria, some of the best golf course designers, Jack Nicklaus, Tony Jacqueline, some of the best interior designers, which, as Nick said before, it's very important to have a very good designer alongside a very famous hotel brand. And we basically try to create a destination. We put up a very good hotel, and how we make most of our money is by selling branded real estate. We're pretty much the first people who did it at such a level in Greece, at Amanzoe, and we've been quite successful. Everybody thought we were completely insane in the middle of the crisis, building such an expensive hotel, targeted at such a high-end clientele. But we did it, and we've managed to sell 13 villas to date, and those are on an average of 6-7 million, if not more each, which I think is a very big achievement in Greece for a resort that's actually up the hill and not down by the beach.
Okay.
Thank
John,
you.
over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is John Spence. I am the founder, owner, and operator of the Karma Royal Group. We are a mixed-use company. Our business is developing, marketing, and managing resorts in a mixed-use basis. We're one of the market leaders in the world now. We started off in 1993 with a vastly underfunded project in Goa, in India, and over the years we've grown and we've now got 27 properties scattered around the world. A lot of them in Asia, in Thailand and Bali, in Australia, we have in India many resorts, and we're now drifting to this part of the world. We operate very differently from most people in this room. I've never borrowed a penny in my life. We've got 0 debt. We built everything from cash flow and balance sheet. And our model is very simple. Essentially what we do is we buy a piece of land or we buy a resort which is in distress, we wave a magic wand on it and we redevelop it either on paper or in some kind of form. We then take it to market and we sell it. And we sell it to individual consumers, either as timeshare, fractional ownership, condo sale, luxury real estate, some kind of derivative. And we then lease it back from them and operate it as a hotel. So unlike many people in this room, we come from a timeshare real estate background, and we have developed around us brands, Karma Resorts, Royal Resorts, Shakra Resorts, to justify and solidify our sales proposition, rather than being a hotelier that got involved into the sales side of it. So we believe very strongly this is the future. For us, we've developed a very successful business, and we think there's huge opportunity in this part of the world, which is why we've come over here to Europe to acquire some assets and do the same program with them.
Katerina, do you see any synergy between what you do and what John does?
Yes, of course.
Go through it.
We basically both sell real estate at the end of the day. And again, I'll pick up on something that Nick said earlier. What you do when you have the plane, the boat, blah, blah, blah. You want a hotel, or you want a branded asset, a branded house, a branded apartment, something that solidifies who you are and what you do, and basically makes a statement about your life and your style and your life choices, you know. So there are a lot of synergies, yes, because that's where this market is heading. It's heading more to hassle-free living. It's heading more to branded real estate, a branded product that basically it's a house or an asset that you have, and it's treated like a hotel room, and you don't do anything. You just, you know, you rent it out and you...
I find it hard to understand who would want to buy a property like this. I love traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people in this room here like traveling.
Mm-hmm.
One day they'd be in Greece, next day Cyprus, maybe South Africa, maybe Thailand. Surely if you buy one of these properties, either from yourself or for yourself, you're stuck. You're no longer a traveler, you're almost like a landlord.
Well, no, on the contrary. I mean, one of the propositions that people buy property from us is what we call the exchange capability. So we have developed a network of resorts, R27, and we have alliances and affiliations with other similar people in our space. So when people buy a property from us, whether it be a real estate for $5 million or it be a $100,000 fractional ownership, whatever, they're buying it partly because they like the brand, partly because of the financial proposition, it may be a yield or some kind of return on it, and partly because they get holiday entitlements each year, which they can either utilize with us at any of our properties or at similar properties around the world. And this is a model I think is very strong. I mean, I noticed earlier various speakers I've heard talk about this sense of ownership, this sense of brand. And there's a huge difference. I always say when I speak at conferences often, I'm not a hotelier, I'm in the entertainment business. And our job is to entertain people. And people buy into our brands because they like that top end. We're not the Days Inns of the world. We're not the low end where it's all about $40 rather than $50, or I get 3 slices of bacon rather than 2 bits of bacon in the morning. It's about people want to feel ownership. We have 55,000 investors that own our properties in various stages, and we have 5 million people on our database that we work and we manage. And they all feel part of this brand. Although they're not equity holders, they all feel, we do lots of events. We say we believe it's a lifestyle, not just a holiday. So we have a box at Twickenham for the rugby, we go to the Hong Kong Sevens, we have wine tasting weekends. We spend as much time talking to our frequent guests and owners in their hometowns as we do when they're actually holidaying with us. So it changes. It's not just a 1 or 2 night stay. It's almost a lifestyle extension. And I know that some of the brands that Katerina works with, Aman is one of my favorite brands in the world that isn't my own. And again, it's that same sense of ownership. One of the reasons I got into this space was I'm an Aman junkie, and you kind of feel proud about that sort of thing. So it's a different sector. Still, yeah, absolutely. Yes, I get a discount now, so I'm a cheaper junkie.
But the clientele that you attract, are they the same clientele as Katerina gets? Or, how can we put it, they're more financially conscious about what they've got?
I mean, it depends. I mean, we like to operate what we call a cradle-to-grave approach, both in terms of age and also the financial capability. So we're just releasing a new resort in Bali, Karma Simasetu, where the average villa price will be $5 million. And so that's going to be the same sort of sector. Similarly, we've got some other projects where we're going to be selling primarily timeshare and fractional, where the price point will be $10,000. And so we believe that it's not always price links, it's buying into a dream and a concept. And what we've also found, we started off in India 20 years ago. A lot of our Indian consumers that bought 20 years ago at that $10,000 price point, because they've grown over 20 years, are now buying at the higher one later on. So we're like a mobile phone company. We want a captive membership that as they grow and go forward in life, we can recycle and sell more products to.
How long have you been doing this for, John?
21 years. I always say we're a young company and a young person. People say, you lying bastard, your son could be working for us. You're not young anymore. I still keep the hair long though, so we're living that way.
That's good. Katerina is very 21 years. It's only been in the last few years that the likes of Aman, Four Seasons, Ritz-Carltons have suddenly become more management rather than ownership, and have suddenly come up with this idea, like Amanzoe, of having villas and apartments. Is that the way forward? The only way that you can now finance a new build is by going along this model?
Well, it's a very interesting question, and I will dare say yes. Because these companies now, the way that they want to do their whole, and I don't know if the rest of the people in the audience agree with me, but the way things are moving is that, yes, because you need to be tech savvy, you need to have the latest, sleekest furniture and the best marbles, and everything needs to be the best. It needs to be ultra, ultra luxurious. That's why the Savoy costs 220 million to redo, and I don't know, the Grillon costs 100 million, and blah, blah, blah. Everything needs to be the best of the best. So when you have a 40-room hotel that costs you 50 million to build, let's be realistic. You're going to make more money out of the real estate than you're going to make out of the hotel, even if the hotel is full half of the year. Because obviously, in our case, we're talking about seasonal destinations. We're very lucky that actually we do break even. We've been breaking even and even making a very small profit from the first year. But the mindset behind creating such a wonderful place is that you do make money out of the real estate.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. I mean, if someone looked at our accounts, you'd see that 85% of our EBITDA comes from the sales side, and 15% comes what you'd loosely call operational side. So there's no doubt it's a profitable space. It's also, and part of me to want to encourage competition, but those that you are considering moving more that way, it's a little bit like taking a lot of companies to an IPO platform. I mean, we have our 55,000 captive investors. A lot of them will be almost hassling us for the next opportunity. And when we pre-launch a resort, we will sell at about 15 to 20 or even more % below the day that we'll sell it when it comes on the open market. So we've got a lot of people that will buy in advance and they'll then flick it once it's being built. And so that provides you a very good source of capital, because you know you've got these people, they've been satisfied with the product, the quality, they've made money, and we wouldn't say we manipulate them making money, but clearly we want to give them a big discount so they do make money, so we know we can call them each time. And you said a point there about we've been in business 21 years. What's very interesting, and it's great to talk to a forum here, and I know many of you are masters of the universe for your big hotel companies. If I go back in time 21 years when I started, and before that I worked for a similar company in Europe for 10 years, to be candid, timeshare, fractional, it was more about maybe a lower end of the market. It resonated with the Costa del Sol or Tenerife and whatever. And many people with big hotel companies wouldn't have considered it. What's happened over the years is almost the two sides have narrowed. The old days of timeshare have gone. I'm the last of the long-haired mavericks. My competition are the Four Seasons and the Marriotts and the big hotel brands. And we've been forced to move away from that sort of relatively dodgy aspect of operating somewhere like Tenerife into having to play in the same space because the consumer demands it. That's where the money is. And so my resorts, my Karma resorts, are $1,000 a night properties. They're heavily capitalized. They stand right side by side with the banyan trees or whatever our space is. They're beautiful properties. And similarly, a lot of people in the vanilla hotel space are now realizing that it's a very good model to actually start selling, whether it be real estate or fractional or holiday memberships or whatever the derivative is. So that's what I think's happened over the 21 years. It's a circle that's gone around two ways.
I have a worry.
Okay.
From my point of view, a hotel is all about hospitality. It's all about service. Service is king. And I remember when you would have hotel groups that put, for instance, the staff at number one, the guests at number two, because then you knew, as Nick Marks was saying, once you've got happy staff, that service is good. Now, because of you two, it's all about money. It's all about revenue. It's all about basically squeezing. And therefore, what is the first thing to go? Service. And I blame you two.
Oh, come
Do
on.
you want to hit him first? Or I got to get out of you.
I will hit him first, yes. I don't agree with you. I'm sorry to say that. And the reason I don't agree with you is because from our perspective, and the example that we have with Amanzoe, I'm not going to talk about Nikki Beach, because we also have a Nikki Beach here. It's a different product. But I was the worst judge of our company creating an Aman resort, because I've been going to Aman resorts as a client since 1995. By the time we had built it, I had been as a client to over 20 of them. There were about 24 at that point. And I said, we will never be able to create such a great Aman resort and such impeccable service in Greece. Those of you who are Greek in the audience will understand why I had these worries. Because, you know, you need to, for 38 rooms, you need to have 200 members of staff. They all need to be happy, satisfied, blah, blah, blah. And guess what? Kudos to Aman Resorts, because they did manage to train the staff, they did manage to incentivize them, they did manage to have very happy staff, and to have a service that is unrivaled. I've never seen this level of service in Greece, unless we go to very small units, to very small hotels that are run by a family, and you know, the family is there taking care of the hotel, and you get this feeling of intimacy and of great hospitality that you get in one's home. So I don't agree with you, Varun. It's actually doable, and I think as a customer and then as an investor, if you go to a Four Seasons, to an Aman, to a Karma, to whatever, and you pay that amount of money, if you don't get the service, then you should get up and leave.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say two things to that one. My turn to hit him now. But I mean, first of all, the proposition, if you'd show me a successful hotelier that only cares about service and doesn't care at all about money or profit, I'll either show you a liar or a failed hotelier. So I don't necessarily buy that a hotelier is only concerned about the guest experience and not making money. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in business the next week. I would say, in fact, in our model, service is more paramount and more important. A hotelier that's only concerned about someone staying one night or 3 nights and hopefully will become a repeat guest has a certain perception. Most of our sales happen when people are staying with us, almost all. And that's either because people are with us independently, or we've invited them to come and stay, or we've given a discount, or they're a friend of an existing owner, or whatever it is. 90% of that transactions happen when they're with us. It's more important for us to give them a great experience, so they then give us a check for $500,000 to buy that penthouse apartment. And we go overboard. I mean, I've got many hoteliers that stay at my resorts say, John, you're crazy. You know, why do you have these beach clubs, and why do you do CDs, and why do you have always wine tasting, and why do you have these spas, and do you really need this, and do you need that? Because, to be honest, sometimes when I employ GMs, I've got a real problem because they try and cut back too much because they can save money and they can make it a bit cheaper. I go, no! I want to go overboard because I want these guys to say this is the best experience ever. We'd love to buy this, that, or the other. So I think that number one, in hospitality, we're all in the same boat. It's a balancing between profitability and service. And particularly at this end of the market, we all know that service is king and we have to provide good service. But I think the opposite. I think in our sector, we go overboard because we're happy to give them a great experience, so then they'll give us more money than otherwise.
What advice would you have to hoteliers that are sitting maybe out here or watching it if this is being streamed live, who have been in their hotel for, let's say, 20 or 30 years, and it's a standalone hotel, and they can't just suddenly add on villas or sell their penthouse for X millions? Are they in real trouble? Is there any way that they can compete with you guys in the future?
Yeah, of course they can. I mean, I think the key is the mistake most hoteliers make that try and get into our space is that they believe that product represents maybe 95% of their challenge and that the marketing and sales is only 5%. And it's probably the reverse. I mean, one's got to have an assumption that if you've got a product that's worth selling, you've already got the product done and you know how to build a product. Most people underestimate the marketing and the sales side, how difficult it is to get to the consumer, to sell to the consumer, to follow it up, the customer services, how much money that'll cost, how much aggravation, how specialist it is, the expertise that's required. And I've seen many a fantastic product fail because they haven't faced those challenges. So that would be my advice. Get into the space, but make sure that you either internally have the resources, both financial and human resources, to cope with it, or source people outside to bring on board to do it.
No, absolutely. Of course they can compete, and they should compete. Some of the world's best resorts are not branded by Four Seasons or Aman or Karma or Ritz-Carlton. And in this day and age, I think the traveler is also looking for non-branded resorts which offer the best of the best. And sometimes the well-educated traveler thinks that this is much better and it offers much more to them. So yes, by all means. And the more resorts we see like this, the better it is.
Are there places in the world that are going to be easier to bring up your concepts, and the places in the world which you can't? I mean, I was looking, for instance, in Toronto recently, they put up a Four Seasons, and the top 10 floors are apartments that are selling for gazillions. London, for instance, has, one Hyde Park. $100 million for a two-bedroom apartment. It's crazy.
I mean, I think sorry, John,
No.
I think the key, we actually think Europe is fantastic. I mean, again, I started life 20 years ago, going over to Asia with a dream, buying cheap land, building cheaply, selling to Europeans and Americans going to Asia because you had this dream of Asia. It was fabulous, white sandy beaches and palm trees and cheap beer and hot curries and great, wonderful. Trouble is now in Asia you can't buy cheap land, you can't build cheaply. And most Europeans can't afford to go there. And it's what we call the reverse tourism cycle. So every Asian grew up with a picture on his wall of the Greek islands or the Scottish Highlands or the sort of the Alps skiing. And he dreamt of coming to this part of the world and could never afford it. All of a sudden in Asia, the economy's on fire, currencies become convertible, you've got budget airlines flying. We're gobbling up assets here in Europe, which are unbelievably cheap compared with Asia. I mean, any that don't know Asia, if you saw the price of land in India or Thailand or Bali right now, you would have a nervous breakdown. I think the guy added a few zeros on by mistake at the end of the number. So we see huge opportunity here to market to the Asian communities, because Asians are desperate to come to this part of the world. They dream of the Greek islands, they dream of Europe, and the opportunity to package in some kind of quasi-ownership structure, and so one's generating revenue up front and creating loyalty with the Chinese and the Indians and the Malays and the Singaporeans. We think this here under your nose is a great opportunity. But it's who you market to again. You know, it's not marketing to other Europeans possibly, but it's marketing to the great wave coming from the East.
Of course you have different price points, as you said, but your price point is quite high.
It is quite high.
Who's actually buying these properties? Is it corporations or is it actually still individuals going for
It's
this?
individuals, and because it's the most commonly question I get asked, no, it's not Russians, and it's not people from Eastern Europe. It's all Western Europeans, people from the UK, a lot of people from East Coast New York, you know, East Coast United States, Scandinavians, Swiss, Irish, you know.
Why do they buy?
Why do they buy? Because every single one of them had known the brand, possibly has another property in another Aman resort elsewhere. They've been to the hotel. What John said, they loved the service, they loved the location, and they said, why not buy a house here in Greece? 80% of them wanted to have a house in Greece before, but they, you know, in Greece it's a little bit difficult to buy a piece of land, to permit it, to find the builders, to construct, blah, 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 to manage the house. And they found a branded product. Somebody else would manage their house for them, so they decided to go for Aman Resorts and to buy at Amanzoe.
And John, why do they come to Karma?
Well, they come to, as I said before, we have various stratas. A lot of it is bringing people up through the stratas. Again, you have to put it into perspective. I mean, this year alone, we'll do north of 6,000 sales at various price points. And so we're unashamedly wanting to cover all the angles. Unlike Katerina's brands, who are very top end, we love the top end, but we also like the lower end. We sometimes call ourselves a bit of an iceberg, that what you see above the surface, which represents the 20%, is the top end, is the Karma. We have a lot of people coming in on the lower end. We don't make as much money on the lower end, but we know those will be our villa owners 10 years from now and 15 years from now. And if we can create a pipeline of people that like our brand, that enjoy it, and they come into it, a lot of it's aspirational. We do a lot of sales in India, a lot in Indonesia at the moment. And a lot of it will be aspirational because they've seen in the gossip columnists that we had, you know, whoever it was, some celebrity staying with us the week before or this, that, and the other. And they have identified from a PR point of view. They're given the proposition to buy a relatively cheap, right-to-use, short-term membership plan. It gives them the slight bragging rights, as someone said earlier, as they're part of the big dream, the big picture. They get a lot of the peripheral benefits. And then once they're in the program, number one is we know that their income, if they're a lawyer in Jakarta, is going up by probably 20% per annum. We know that 4 or 5 years from now, they'll move to the next level, to the next level, to the next level. We're even now developing a sophisticated older person concept after 60 years old of extended stays, because we know from an age point of view, people get older and we can trade in their ownership and move them into this. And we're also developing a backpacker product for 18 to 22-year-olds, which will be on a similar basis that we know we can get them in then when they're on their gap year, going around the world.
I'm amazed you haven't got a package for the under fives.
No, I think that's illegal.
Yet. Finally, if there's some advice you could give to a hotelier who was thinking of going down that route of building villas or apartments or timeshare, what advice would you give them?
From my perspective, if it's a well-known hotel brand, you mean? Or?
Yeah.
Well, I would tell them to work very closely with their investors in order to promote these properties and to be able to find the right clientele. And I would also definitely say one thing that sometimes hoteliers forget. Listen to your clients, because sometimes all the hoteliers want to create these uber luxurious, amazing products, whereas the client I don't know, you walk into a hotel room, you just want one switch to open up your light, and you don't want 10 switches that you need a PhD to work out how they work. So listen to your clients, listen to what they need, to what they want, and you can create an excellent product, and always work together with your investors in order to be able to create something that will be beneficial for both sides.
John?
I would say be aware that it's a sales and marketing driven business and that you've got a great product, no one's questioning that, but how are you actually going to monetize it and take it to market? We're not a consulting company, so I'm not pitching my wares at all, but I would advise people to look for help because it is a bit of a jungle out there in sales and marketing. I would suggest that you sit down with your CFO and write on paper what you think it will cost in terms of percentages, double it, then tear it up and start again because it is a bloody expensive business in the direct sales and marketing arena, and that's the space you have to go in. Forget any concepts of 5% here or 7% here, or my God, that's going to be 12%, or can't believe it, that's going to be a 15% program. It is expensive. You get a lot of yield, but like everything in life, there's no such thing as a free lunch. With that yield comes a cost to get to the yield. And what anyone tells you, and you will meet people that will pitch you all sorts of things, it is difficult, and it's not easy to get out there and actually do the sales and marketing. But it's totally possible. So I think you're in a great position in Europe. We're keen on gobbling up assets over here as well. I think Europe, in many respects, is easier than Asia, because Asia is so overpopulated and so expensive and slightly more penetrated. So I'd advise people to get into it, but just don't forget, it's more of a sales and marketing than a product.
Before I ask you to leave the stage, and thank you, do we have any questions for John and Katerina? Eddie.
Excuse me, just a slightly financial question, I suppose. Watching what's happened in the very low interest rate environment and the flood of liquidity, the wall of money since 08, do you see a return to a semi-normal state of liquidity and interest rates globally as a significant threat to your business, or do you see it as a sort of almost uncorrelated investment?
In our business, I wouldn't say it's uncorrelated because obviously it has an effect on the spending patterns of the consumers, but to a certain extent, it's waves that we don't get too involved in. I was recently honored to be given a Yale University fellowship, and I sat and spoke to the business management class and explained our philosophy, and someone said, but Mr. Spence, having no debt and not borrowing money things, is that legal in the part of the world that you're in? So to a certain extent, I don't want to sound like a caveman or naive, but we often work, it was like that coach, the Dallas Cowboys many years ago said, you need to focus on what you can influence and what you can't influence. And to a certain extent, what happens with interest rates is beyond our control. We work in a lot of different territories. We work at different strata levels of income. So I kind of think it comes out with the wash. But I'm not the economist. She'll know more than I am.
No, you said it very well. I completely agree with you.
There we are. So interest rates, if they go up, who cares? Katerina Kotopis, John Spence, thank you very much.
Thank you, Baron.
Thank you.
Well, interesting indeed. So, next up, I would like to invite Liz Alderman, Chief European Business Correspondent from the International New York Times, who will be moderating a panel with Timo Grunert, the CFO of Oetker Hotel Management Company. Beautiful hotels they have indeed. And a chap who actually only has one name, who is hugging people at the back, Puri. Would you like to come to the stage? He is so well known in the travel industry, he's like Bono. He lives with just his one name, Puri, if you'd like to come up, please. And they'll be discussing, among other things, China.
Thank you so much, Farhan. We will indeed be discussing China, as we've heard a couple of panels previous to this one, but we'll also be discussing what other nationalities are filling the top ranks of luxury travelers. And the main thing we want to talk about on this panel is basically taking a look at what really is the new luxury hospitality world order. So Timo Grunert is the CFO of, correct me if I'm mispronouncing here, Oetker Hotel Management Company. And Puri is the CEO of Nira Hotels. Timo, why don't you start off by giving us some insights as to what you think that this new world order really means. What's it all about?
With pleasure, Liz. For perhaps 1 minute, about the Oetker collection. because I realized in an earlier presentation, I was looking, you remember there were all these hotel companies on one slide grouped, and I was looking for our logo and I couldn't find it, but I finally found out that it was there, but the one which is like 6 years old. So, which reminds me that we have to do some more work on marketing here and on self-positioning. That's why a short introduction. The Oetker Collection is a management. It's not first of all a management company. It's a hotel company. The portfolio of our company today consists of 8 hotels. 4 of these hotels are owned. 4 of them are managed. The first hotel that was bought was Brenner's Park Hotel in 1920. So the company goes back some time. It's part of a large family business in Germany, and the hotel portfolio consists of hotels like Bristol in Paris, Hotel du Cap, Eden Rock in Antibes, but also such new places like Palais Namaskar in Marrakesh, Eden Rock St. Bart's, Frigate Island Private. So just to give you a bit of an insight of what the company Oetker Collection is. Liz, on the world order, I was, of course, listening to all these presentations, and it reminded me of one example of one experience I had. About 1 year ago, I was in Lucerne seeing a business partner, and I had some time left, and then I went into the Bucherer jewelry shop. So first thing I got to know is that this is probably the most profitable jewelry shop in the whole of Switzerland, which I found interesting. And the next thing I found out is in that shop, at that time, there were about, and I'm not exaggerating, 200 to 300, let's say 300 people, 280 of them from China. And they were not just looking at things, they were just buying everything they could get in that shop. That was the moment where I realized that there is a change in the luxury industry. And of course now we speak about hotels. So when I translate that into hotels, and when I ask myself the question, whom of these 280 Chinese people stayed at a 5-star luxury property at that time? Probably not that many. And we were speaking about, and I'm sure Puri will also speak about that. We will speak about in the headline here we have a large number, 200 million Chinese. So somehow it's that big number which is striking. But for me, when I think of that, it's kind of a normal development. So first of all, when you have these new markets coming, and it was certainly the same. It was certainly the case for these people. They go to the shop, they buy the watch, they don't care in which hotel they stay. So when I think of it over time, I would say they get an experience, they come back next time. They will probably then care in which hotel they stay. We had an interesting presentation over lunch where we saw a lot of the big names, the big hotel companies on a list. And I think when they go back the next time to Europe, for example, they will then choose one of the big names because they have gained an experience and they want to have a secure experience when they then move into the 5-star segment. So probably they will stay at the Shangri-La if there's one, or they will go to the Mandarin Oriental if there's one. But then for me, they will still go back home, and if they come back like 5 years later or 10 years later, perhaps then they are at a point where they say, okay, and now we want to have the real experience. We don't care about what the best name on that list is. We want in Paris, we want to go where the Parisians go, okay? We do not need that security element anymore of a Shangri-La, which is somehow close to our heart, or close to our, the place where we come from. We want to have the real experience. And that is
How long do you think it'll take the Chinese to reach that tipping point?
Sorry?
How long do you think it will take the Chinese to reach that tipping point?
Well, for me, that is an interesting question. I mean, when I look at it from our point of view, Paris, the largest hotel we have, the Hotel de Bristol in Paris, we have a good clientele from China, okay? So there are these people who have been through these stages already. But is that a major clientele now of Hotel de Bristol? Not yet. It's growing. So for me, it's difficult to. For me, the difficult element is here to attach the number of 200 million with the year of 2020. So yes, it will have an impact, but it will slowly move in, and certainly there is another importance, I would say, for our colleagues at Starwood and Interconti, who should, try to find out how do they get on top on that list over Shangri-La, and do they have to change a bit their business approach to get on top of them. But for us, as I would say, first of all, a niche operator, and second of all, an operator who really wants to be the authentic place to stay. Being even the niche in the luxury hospitality industry, for us, it's not about to change the way we do business in order to attract a completely new clientele. We have to continue what we hopefully do best. We have to continue what hopefully makes us a bit special, because that's difficult enough. We spoke about experience a lot yesterday and today as well. So it seemed to be some kind of common knowledge that today luxury moves from status symbols to experience, and I agree with that. But the interesting question follows: how do you do that as a hotel? How can you really create that experience? Yeah. And just if I may say that, when we think internally about luxury, we always have 4 words which play a strong role in our concept, and I will name them to you. So first, it's craftsmanship, which is attached to it. It is heritage, it's rarity, and it's focus. So these 4 elements we always have in mind when we think of luxury. And when you then put that in context with the whole China discussion, you realize that, if this is your core, you have to work like 24/7 to, first of all, to influence the factors that you can influence out of that equation, because there are some which you cannot easily influence, although not with money, when you think of heritage or for rarity. And so it's, let's continue to do what we do best, and then wait basically for the trend to kick in, and then be ready, to offer the right, the right product to the people who are then coming into the market.
Great. Well, let's
yeah, I'd like to sort of echo what has just been said, and I think that the luxury order isn't going to change anytime soon. If you take a look at what drives the world luxury order, I think it's major cities. There's only one London, there's only one New York, there's only one Paris, there's only one Milan. And in these major cities, excellent AAA locations, great service, superb buildings and architecture, and again, talking about heritage and tradition and history and exclusivity. Those are the key drivers. So if you take a look at a group like the Peninsula, in New York, they're on Fifth Avenue. In Chicago, they're on Michigan Avenue. In Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, they're in Beverly Hills. In Shanghai, they're on the Bund. Always a AAA location, always great hotels, great architecture. They've got history, they've got tradition, they've got heritage, they've got craftsmanship, they've got all those things. And that world order isn't going to change anytime soon. I think the only thing that they've done now to be able to enhance their service is that they've become tech savvy. I just stayed at the Peninsula in Paris last week, and the technology in that room is superb. It's the best. So that's what they've done. But other than that, the world order isn't going to change. There isn't going to be another Gran Britannia in Athens. It's not possible.
Well, let's go. We've been talking so much about the Chinese. One thing that we discussed prior to this panel, between the two of you is, first of all, how long are the Chinese going to be the focus for the group of people here? In the past, it's been, the Russians, the Americans prior to that, et cetera. How long do we need to keep a focus on the Chinese and this transition that a lot of people here have been talking about, the transition to, when they become the more sort of experienced, sophisticated group that you all are looking for? And who should we be looking for next?
I think, well, some of us in the audience have been working in hotels for a long time. I've certainly done my time. And I still remember, in the 70s, it used to be the ugly American. The ugly American came to the hotel and he pulled out all his credit cards and he says, "Which one do you take?" And he said, "Oh my God." At that time in Europe, we paid cash or we used a check. Then came in the 80s the ugly Japanese who wanted to buy everything. Then we've gone through the era where we've seen the ugly Arab, the ugly Russian, and now everyone's focused on the ugly Chinese. Why? Because the numbers are huge. And what's next? Is it going to be the ugly Indian, which is next because they've also got huge numbers and they're going to come out and start buying? So it's cyclical, and this is going to continue to happen. And I think just being awed by that number of 200 million Chinese that are traveling is irrelevant, at least in my mind. The real question is, what percentage of these people will be luxury travelers, and where will they be going? I think if you take a look at all the research that we've seen, it shows that either the number one destination for Chinese, incidentally, happens to be Sanya. How many of you know where Sanya is? Okay, that's a couple of people here in the audience. And the next destination for the Chinese is Hong Kong. And after that, it's Macau. And after that, it's probably going to be Guangzhou. So it's really not anything that we need. 68 million Chinese going to Macau every year out of the 200 million. So I don't think we need to get that odd with those numbers. There's a lot of myth around it. There's a lot of, there's a lot of blah blah. I think when they are going internationally, they're going to the major cities where they can go shopping. That's what the trend shows. Otherwise, they're going to Southeast Asia, they're going to the Maldives, they're going to destinations, but really no real reason to get too concerned. And I think also if we're going to speak about this next, is that I think maybe that number isn't 2020, maybe that number is 2030, maybe 2040, and we'll see. But by then, the ugly Indian will have arisen too, and so we'll have another one to deal with.
I would, Liz, if I may add, for me it's a bit of a question, you know, how much is your business model system driven? And, you know, when I look at perhaps not even major competitors of ours, because they are always in a bit of a different area of the market, but when you look at the big guys out there, you know, the Ritz-Carltons, the Four Seasons, and we have seen a lot of others, I think systems play a great role in their business model. That does not mean that they do not look at the guest, okay? Or after the guest, don't get me wrong. But if I would be COO of one of these companies, and we had Duncan here already earlier, I think it's worth the question: do you have your systems well enough under control to be ready for that trend? Because it's a trend of a big number, first of all. For these companies, I guess it's a trend of a big number, so you better have your systems in place. Otherwise, you know, they go through all Facebook and, I don't know, social media and Booking.com, just, you know, they pass you by and they end up with your competitor. So I think for these groups it's relevant. I repeat myself, if you have, you know, a hard time to create your business model really around a niche and about the guest and about a certain experience you want to create, you do not have much of a, you know, choice, because we do not create an experience for a Chinese person and an experience for a person from New York. In Paris, we create a Parisian experience, and whoever wants to have that can go there. Same with Marrakesh, same with Baden-Baden in Germany. Okay, so it's more a view internal than a view where is the market and how do I have to adapt.
And just, I mean, based on your experience, sort of what percentage so far of Chinese travelers are asking for that special experience, the special Parisian experience, or, you know, let's say, taking a customized trip to Antarctica or something?
Can I answer that, please? How many lines are there outside the Bristol in Paris, and how long is the line outside the Louis Vuitton store on Champs-Élysées? There's your answer.
I wish it would be the other way around. But yeah, but I guess the story is the same. They are queuing in front of Louis Vuitton. They buy a bag or they buy 5 bags, how many they get, and then they will travel home and they will come back. But when they come back, you know, that's my feeling, then they have all the bags at home. So they can then go to Prada and do the same thing, but they will there will be one point where they will be as sophisticated, most of them or many of them, as travelers from other industries, and then they will be looking at the niche of the industry which offers them the level of sophistication. But it's for me, it's more a, you know, it's not like lay back and just watch the development. I mean, we have to look at that closely, but the number itself doesn't scare me. But you know, when I think of it, of course, I want to. I mean, Oetker Collection. You said it. It's probably not that easy to pronounce, and even in Europe, not everybody knows the name already, which is to some extent on purpose because our stars are the hotels. It's not the umbrella brand. Nevertheless, I do not want to sit here in 5 or 10 years, and then we realize that China plays an important role in that niche, and nobody of these people knows Oetker Collection. So, yeah, you have to think about that. But let them go first to Louis Vuitton and let them do their business, and let them buy Buchara 100%, and then we're getting there.
Can I just ask, how do each of you do outreach in China to this ultra exclusive high wealth group that you're targeting? How do they know that your hotels, for example, Tino, are offering this very special experience that they can go back and talk to their friends about, but that their friends wouldn't necessarily be able to get?
I think there's several platforms, social media as well as digital marketing is obviously a very, very key factor, as we've learned, and I can vouch for that. In addition to that, I think what you find is there's some very niche operators that are operating in the Chinese market, and if you really want to go into China, it's really the eastern seaboard that's relevant, starting with Shanghai, coming down to Beijing, Shanghai, going down into Guangzhou, Shenzhen. Those are really the key feeder markets from where people are traveling. And I think using Weibo, using some of they've got the equivalent of Expedia, I think it's called HH Travel, which has got thousands of operators sitting that book people's business. And then you've got some very, very niche operators that are working together with high net worth individuals, with the banks and their mailing lists. There are people that are doing through private clubs. So there's some of that, how we approach them.
Our approach to the Chinese market is in that respect, if not much different of the approach to the other countries. Our target clientele, for example, doesn't look at advertising, okay, or they're not attracted by advertising. So our key element is in sales and marketing is PR, and it is establish a good relationship to the travel agents who take care of these top clients. So PR means in terms of China, how does it work? You need to then open I'm not an expert on that, but I don't know, the Vogue China magazine, okay, and then you need to have an article which says, you go to Paris, okay, that's fine. You really want to go to, the Parisian place where the sophisticated travelers go? You go to Hotel Bristol, okay? Yes, it's expensive, but it's worth every penny. I could make the example with the other destinations. Of course, Paris is probably the most prominent one for the Chinese market at the moment. But it's that more subtle approach, because, my whole story is about we talk to the few who know. So then you have to address the message in the right way. If they read something or see something, and they believe that so this company believes that I'm not the sophisticated traveler, so they shout at me. So they say, okay, then it's not the place where I go, because that's mass luxury again. Nothing to say against it, because it's, in terms of numbers, I'm sure this market is much bigger than the one that we look for. But the message has to be very subtle, and you need a certain time and patience. And then they come, they go back home, they tell the experience, and that's how it works.
Well, I'd like to open the floor up to questions, so if people who do have questions could raise their hands and we could get the microphone ready, that would be great. Before that, I wanted to ask a question. We've been talking mostly about a younger age group, a younger demographic that are plugged into social media, that are always on their iPhones, that they always have Facebook up and everything. But what about the baby boomer travelers? How big is this segment? How how much do you, are you trying to target them, and basically what's the situation there?
Well, we've heard that the baby boomers are clearly the ones that have the most amount of money, which is indeed true. I think what we're seeing is, first of all, they're living longer. They're much healthier. They also might have to work longer because of the change in their retirement age. So they're really not, whilst they've got wealth, they're really not sort of sitting back like our grandfathers would have done at the age of 70, sitting by the fireplace reading a book. They're doing sports cars, they're traveling, they're doing all kinds of fun things, second and third marriages whenever it's possible. So they're doing a hell of a lot more than they did before. And I think some of their travel is associated with visiting places that they've been to in their youth, and they're going back to revisit them. Incidentally, how many of you here have been to Burning Man? Anybody? Okay. Well, Burning Man is this wonderful fest that takes place in Burning Rock, Nevada. I'm 60. I've been there about 3 times, and I take my younger nephews with me. So that's the kind of thing that you would do. You'd go to Burning Man. Also, I think they're really being referred to as flat agers rather than baby boomers, because they're not going to get old. I'm not going to get old. I'm going to stay 21. And so, and a classic example of that is, if you take a look at the golf industry decided that they were going to build abundant numbers of golf courses to be able to address the baby boomers, so that when these guys stop working, they're going to go someplace. And they got it completely wrong. If you take a look at the oversupply of golf courses in Japan, oversupply of golf courses in the United States of America, everywhere, the golf industry has lost millions of players because the baby boomers don't want to play golf. They want to do a whole bunch of other stuff. And I bet you there's a bunch of baby boomers here in the audience that are going to agree with me.
From our perspective, I would differentiate when I read this sub-question here, which is in the agenda. It speaks about healthcare, nutrition, and then basically how does the hospitality industry react or should react. For me, that's a bit twofold. Either you decide that you want to make that a core competence and you want to create a product out of that and you want to really be mastering that. That's option number 1. I'll get back to that. Or option number 2 is, that's just not a core element of your strategy for a specific hotel, for example. If we operate in option number 2, then I would agree there's not much to change. When I look at our hotels, when I think of the guests at Eden Rock St. Bart's or the guests at Hotel du Cap Eden Rock Antibes, I mean, yes, most of them are, I would say, above 45, 50. It's also a question of money. But do they want to be treated differently? No, not really. I mean, I agree with what you said. They do not want to be treated, and you do not want to treat a 75-year-old man like an old man. So certainly not. One element, and I heard that earlier today, is with basically the same words. We have a mantra internally which says high touch is more important than high tech. So I guess that fits somewhere in there, okay? So what you do not want to do is to have people, I would say, above 35, 40 coming in your hotel and not being able anymore to operate the television or the air condition, right? So I mean, that disturbs all of us, I'm sure, and that counts for this group as well. On option number 1, when you really want to create a core competence, we have currently a big investment project going on in our hotel in Baden-Baden. Now Baden-Baden, Brenner's Park Hotel, that's a lot around this spa idea. And when we try to come up with something new, we thought about this question. And the answer is a very integrated approach to it. So you have the luxury hotel, you have the normal spa, you have medical competences. Now how can you create a journey for the guests where all this is integrated? So you have a person who says, I now have a week of time, I want to feel perfectly hosted in a Grand Hotel. Perhaps, I realize that my neck is hurting a little bit, so can you get me a medical appointment tonight at 6 o'clock with a top specialist, and can I have a massage before and a nice dinner afterwards? And then you have one person, a medical spa host, who takes care of all that, takes care of all of that. So that's in short, but that's for me the question. If you really want to care for a group which says we're getting older, we want to live longer, we want to take care of ourselves, then you have to really do it right. And then it's certainly not enough to have a diet menu where you say, okay, that's, you know, less calories, but then you need to have like 5 chefs who are there day and night to be ready to cook something which you want to eat and which serves the purpose. And that is sometimes, I think, people, you know, say they do that and they care for these people or for this clientele, but they only go halfway.
Great. Well, let's open it up to the floor for questions.
I actually have a question immediately.
Please.
I was in India last week, and I went to the buffet breakfast in the morning. And there was Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, continental, American, and English breakfast on offer. And I remember the days when you were lucky to get a bread roll. Where does it end? Is it that you're going to have to provide cuisine and amenities for every single race that you expect to come through your doors?
I'm not going to say much. He said it was a buffet. So that was a...
It was a smorgasbord.
If life becomes a buffet, then you'll get everything. What can I say?
Yeah, my answer would go in the same direction. Certainly understanding that it's a, I always say that, you know, I find it's a privilege to give being able to give such an answer that Puri just did, because it basically says that, you know, we take care of the 5% and we don't take, you know, don't care about the 95% of the market. I understand that it's a very relevant question. In that case, not for us, because we answer it differently. We say that we want to provide a certain service, provide a certain experience, and then you want to have the experience. We try our utmost to make it perfect, but it's this experience. And it comes back to my formula earlier, you know, when you think of heritage and focus, you cannot cater to, in that niche, you cannot cater to everybody. And if you have people who say, you know, I want to have this and this and this for breakfast, of course you have to then, you know, try to accommodate the wish to a certain point. We are still in luxury hospitality industry, but then it's not the buffet, it's, okay, we make it possible for you, and then the machinery starts working, and then you get it. But for me, that's a bit this what we discussed earlier. If you run these big companies and you want to be prepared for this 95% of the 200 million, I think it's a very relevant question, you know, because perhaps if the bus arrives, and, you know, that's not meant in a bad way, if the bus arrives and you have like 50 people getting out of that bus and they say, we would like to have now this and this and this, and you don't have it, they go next door. Do you want that to happen? I'm not sure. So I see it as a privilege that we can look at it a bit differently.
Not sure if that's the answer you wanted, but...
It's better than no answer at all.
Stay in a different hotel next time.
Other questions? Yes, sir. If we could have a microphone.
Good question there, Varun. I'm Derek Pico from Jumeirah. Have anybody ever been in with the Chinese having breakfast in the morning? Because I have, and experienced it in Rome. It is a very noisy affair. And there's a lot of throwing of buns and other things, and they will stand up from one table of 10 and address the restaurant right on the other side of the table. So I agree with you, Timo, that I think we're going to have separate restaurant for them if they come in a bus. Maybe there's some other cultural things that they've got to kind of tune into as well. But does that answer your question, Baron? Separate restaurants?
Separate restaurants for everyone.
And preferably separate hotels.
Yeah, and maybe one separate just for Puri as well. Any more questions for this panel before we wrap it up? One more?
I've got one just on the, I like the phrase of the luxury order will not change. I'm just curious as to whether it's always going to be the big guys for the foreseeable future, or what are the medium-sized businesses, brands, small business brands, how do they compete in this order that you refer to?
I don't think it's going to always be the big brands only. Now, he's got a hotel on Faubourg Saint-Honoré, the Bristol in Paris, and he's not a big brand, but he's got a fab location. So Similarly, the Crillon now, which is going to become part of Rosewood when it finishes its restoration. Again, it's one of the Palace Hotels of Paris. It's a fab location. In a city like London, the Claridges and the Berkeley and the Connaught and the Dorchester and the Lanesborough and so on, they're always going to be there. There's room for others, and there must be room for others. But I think if it's location-driven, if it's driven on heritage and tradition, and if it's driven on craftsmanship and so on, it'll take time. You can't buy heritage, you can't buy tradition, you can't buy some of those things. So it'll be a process, and a slow process for others to enter. Finding a location in London to be able to do a hotel like the Lanesborough or the Dorchester and so on, almost impossible. So there are reasons why it's becoming exceedingly difficult, not impossible though.
My viewpoint would be, you know, we were pretty much talking extremes so far, like, you know, big luxury chains, and then, you know, the niche approach. I think if we go back to the level of sophistication playing a role, then I would say this opens an area for small players to play a role. Okay, they may be able to adapt. They want to adapt. Perhaps there is a gray zone in between after the people, Chinese, and it's not a Chinese discussion, but if travelers become more and more sophisticated, perhaps at the beginning they go for the big brands, then they decide to try something more authentic, more tailor-made. Perhaps they do not want to spend then 1,500 euros for a junior suite somewhere, but there's, you know, something in between. So then you come up with a good new concept in Paris or in London, and well, certainly then you have to deal with all the complexity of like sales and marketing. How does the market get to know you? But I would say that we do not only have to look at the hospitality industry to see that if you have companies who think how can they play a role in a certain market, how can they create their niche, I would say that there are opportunities, a lot of them. Yeah.
Well, the Hotel Cost in Paris would be an example that has done exceedingly well. They carved a niche for themselves, and I'm sure you know the hotel, and that's done very well, but that's an exception.
Well, let me wrap it up if I could by just asking you both one last question. You can give the Twitter version of your answer if you wish, since we have 1 minute left. We've been talking about, you know, the growth of the Chinese, you know, et cetera, and basically that sort of transformation of a section of that group into really luxury travelers. What would you see as the biggest risk to that outlook? Is there anything that you see happening that might possibly derail this trend? Either a geopolitical, you know, issue within China itself, or, you know, a stock market crash or something like that in China. Is there anything that could possibly go wrong with this scenario? Or do you think it's just going to keep going gangbusters the way it has been?
For me, it's mainly a question of time, really. And I mean, I don't know the market and the local economy and the local challenges that well to really judge on that. But if things go wrong, then it takes 10 years longer. That would be my viewpoint. But you know, the trend, as far as I can see it, and I read about it, is so strong, and so there is a sustainability. But of course, there can be setbacks, and then, you know, we realize that we have prepared our systems, or our, you know, my colleagues have prepared their systems for the market, and all of a sudden nothing happens in 2016, but then it will happen in 2022. Yeah, which I have, you know, it's easy for me to say that. Probably if you do this whole exercise and you prepare yourself for 2016, then you may have a challenge, right? So the fact that it will come is, you know, easy said from a person who does not have to adjust all the systems and the environment to be ready for a certain period of time.
This is a luxury conference by the International Herald Tribune, therefore I shouldn't quote the FT, but those of you that saw last weekend's FT, there was a whole page on luxury goods doing very poorly, and largely contributed by the Chinese market. Because of the new regime in China, all the gift giving, the corruption, and so on and so forth, that has made a major impact on luxury goods sales, and most recently with the turmoil that's going on in Hong Kong, so they've had drops of up to 20% of luxury goods sales. So things like that can happen, but I do agree, it's only going to be sort of a cloud on the horizon or a little blip, that's all.
Great, well, we'll keep an eye out for that. Thanks so much to both of you, and we look forward to hearing from our next panel.
Thank you to Liz, a second moderation in these 2 days. She's been wonderful. Thank you obviously to Timo and to Puri. And for our final little segment this afternoon, I'd like to invite on the stage my dear old friend Derek Pico, who until recently was a big cheese in Jumeirah, and Mr. Deepak Ori, the CEO of Labua Hotels and Resorts. Gentlemen, thank you. We're here to be, we're going to be discussing how to recruit and select the right staff. But before that, I'd like 2 or 3 minutes from each of you, almost like a CV. First of all, with you, please, Deepak.
Everyone has given a CV about their organization, about the people, about themselves. So I'll give a CV on luxury. That's all. What is luxury? I think in this conference for the last 2 days, what I've listened about luxury is everything expensive. And I have a very different definition of luxury. Luxury is available in all the paradigms of pyramid. And I'll give this example of the country from where I'm born, India. There's one international company many years back. India has a huge population and still producing a lot in competition with China. China is still the winner. And unlike China, India, more than 60% of the population stays in the rural area. And this company called Colgate came with 20-cent sachet of toothpaste in the village areas. And everybody started crying that, and talking, all rich people who were staying in the urban areas, that what is this company doing? Until today, more than 60% of the profit of Colgate comes from this sachet. And that was a real luxury for the people who had never seen a toothpaste in their life. So what is actually a luxury? Is it the price? No. If it is a price, then we all have to be Chinese. If it is the experience, yes, we are truly a connoisseur. But the experience also comes in different stages. Experience doesn't come with a price. And rather than giving my CV, I'll take 2 minutes more and I'll give 2 examples. I bought a shirt, which has just been, that brand, I won't mention that brand, is there in the London Museum. And it's got 85 different processes to produce that shirt. And some of the size didn't fit me and I wanted to return that. And there was a huge hue and cry. I'm a cyclist. I went to, I'll mention the brand here. I went to this shop called Rafa Store in London. It's in New York also, I don't know how many of you know. I bought a shoe, and one screw came out, and I just took a photograph and wrote to them that, can you send me that screw, please, so that I can fix my shoe? And they said, you know why? This is our FedEx number. Send us the shoe, and we are sending you back the shoe, along with a voucher, because in your country, anything we'll send, a duty would be charged, and this voucher would be used to redeem your duty. So what is a service for me? A 1,500 sterling pound shirt or a $450 shoe? I think that experience of $450 shoe and that sachet of Colgate toothpaste, which gave the idea of brushing the teeth every day in the morning, is a luxury for me. And that is my introduction, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say that when I was, and forgive me if Professor Pandamelis from the Acropolis Museum gave you his interpretation of luxury, but I asked him a couple of weeks ago what he thought luxury was. And he said, luxury is anything you don't need. And I like that. Derek, what's your CV? A normal one, please.
He's getting to worry me. Mr. Puri and I have a lot in common because I think we've both been in the business about 40 years. And I've worked on 5 continents, so I've clearly had a difficulty keeping a job down. But in the last decade, I've been developing Europe for Jumeirah, which, as you know, is a Dubai-based company, one of the new kids on the block. And I'm doing everything from west of the Bosphorus, which is really the Christian part of the business, I suppose, identified as that. And we've got about 7 properties in Europe. I've got 3 above the line and 2 below. Oh, sorry, I think I've got 4 below the line, 2 below. 2 in the Mediterranean, one in Mallorca, the other in Rome. And not to say that they're problem children, but they certainly present their own challenges. And we operate in the UK, Germany, Spain, Italy. The most successful of our businesses is a new development in London, which is serviced apartments at the luxury end of the business, which is really truly unique. We've been achieving some astonishing average rates with very minimal food and beverage costs. But the real issue is, of course, to talk about our people, our colleagues. We have 1,200 of them working in Jumeirah at the moment in Europe. I think 35% of them have been with us more than 10 years. And some of them being more than 35 years. So there's a certain affinity for our people to stay with the property rather than with the brand. And I think altogether, the last count, about 47 different nationalities and probably a similar number of religions.
Deepak, would you say that staff are still simply the most important facet of your hotel?
Sorry?
Staff, is it the most important facet of your hotel?
Yeah, it is. Our whole... I'll go a step ahead of that. Before we choose the staff, now I come from Asia, most of our properties are in Asia, so we'll be coming to Europe next year. So I have a very different thought process on that. Before we choose our staff, we have to look at our customer. Now, when I saw so many panelists and everybody was saying the right thing, but no 2 people said the same thing. And so that's how, that's my wife trying to do something, okay? She always comes and helps me at the right time, you know? Okay, so we always try to see who our customer is, and there's so many gaps among our point of view. And you need to fill that gap with the staff who are very good, who understand how to fill that gap without offending the consumer. So saying to your answer, the staff is the most important thing when it comes to an experience. There's one common thing, even you said that, Varun, that luxury is there to experience, but who is giving that experience? Not the brand, it's the people who are representing that brand. And we always forget about the people who are representing that brand. And then there was a slide where our brand was not there, which is fine. We are in the hotel industry for 6 years only, the restaurant industry for 10 years. Still, we should be there. But then we will take a longer period of time, because how do you combine marketing along with the staff? That is what luxury has to understand. And I give a very good example of Coca-Cola that made huge millions of dollars with this new Coke bottles in the campuses. When the freshers go to the campus and they have the bottle and you can't open it, you must be aware of that, and you go and say, hi, I'm Deepak, and you say, I'm Varun, can we open the Coke bottle? And then you become buddy, and then you do that. People are the most important aspect of the luxury. I think far much more than the technology. So answering your question in one line, the Twitter version, staff is the most important thing.
Derek?
I've written down here, staff are the most important thing. Aren't you reading my notes?
Yeah, I did.
Something like that.
That's the technology. Google.
Well, Derek, you've answered the question now. Well, no, he's answered your question, or you've answered his question, whichever.
They are actually 30 to 40% of the total cost of the business, so that's why they're the most valuable asset as well.
When you were choosing staff, how would you choose? What criteria would they have to meet? Surely not just the CV.
I've got 6 criteria, so I just want to quickly go through these. But I think you picked on something really important, is that we've got to talk about culturally where you are in the world, and culturally what are the sort of guests that you're entertaining. But the expectation of luxury is that the guest expects that the people serving him will intuitively understand what he wants. And I think that's one of the big keys about recruiting the right staff. I think getting them, you have to also decide what is your brand, what's your hotel, what does it stand for, what's the ethos, what's the ethical value, and if you want to attract these people, are you using the right medium to get hold of them? Young people are obviously reading Facebook and all of the other elements that are used. I think that we're looking particularly for people who fit the client base and people who intuitively understand what our clients will want in the location that they're in. And they also have a hook. These people are not great entrepreneurs. We do not want people wandering off after 2 or 3 years and creating their own business. We want people to stay, preferably for life. I think to do that, you have to offer a number of two essential things. One is the compensation and benefits. I think you have to pay in the top 75 percentile of the city. And I think you have to provide the great word which I've got here, which is community, and what we touched on earlier, happiness. I mean, in the sense the hotel community. And we have any number of people who earn quite low money. Majority of the people in Europe on, say, 70% of our total people earn in the region of 25 to 30,000 euros. So it is not there for the money. And most of these people have stayed a very long time, and that's because they feel part of the hotel community. I think that the other point is that you have to recognize that length of service, and for some people, you have to offer a career, but not for everybody. I don't want to offer a career to our doorman who's been there for 20 years, but people who do need it need to be properly trained, and they also have to not only be technically trained, but trained in language skills as well.
Deepak, I can imagine you've got a very, very different criteria for choosing your staff.
Yeah, we're looking for people who wants to be entrepreneur and who is looking to work for 2 years and then need to move on. Saying that, once they come and work for Labua, they continue to stay, because the kind of customers interaction, the kind of freedom they'll get, they're not going to get anywhere else. Now, we did a research with McKinsey Group, which we are unfolding for Singapore government in Singapore on 28th, so I can't say much, but I'll just say 2 points. We did a research for the whole ASEAN region. It's not we, it's McKinsey did. So we had millennial workforce, and then we had people who are not millennial, they are Generation X. And the difference that came, the Generation Y is saying that we need more money. And somebody said that the millennials are using the technology, but it came out in the research, maybe it's ASEAN. So it came out in the research that they're using the technology to verify or validate what we are saying as a service provider, whether we are telling them the right thing or not the right thing. Whereas Generation Y, which is our Generation X, which is our generation, is telling that they're looking for fairness. So I think both the generation is right, and how we do this, we have a training program, Varun, which is 30 seconds. And if it is difficult, it is 60 seconds. In our hotel company, we do not have a training department. We are the first company in the world which has, along with TNS, that's a part of WPP Group, has done a customer-employee integration. So in our property in Bangkok, we have 1,200 customers coming in every day. They are training our staff every day. We don't need 1 person or 3 person or 4 person in training department to teach us what is the latest trend. Because once we start doing that, we'll be far behind. We'll be far behind all this bigger chains. So we find our niche, and how we find our niche is through innovative means, and our innovative means is nobody other than everyone who's sitting here.
But of course you do have staff that do the basics.
Yeah, they do the basics,
okay.
But they are owners.
I've not stayed at Labua, so I can't wait. I'm a Four Seasons junkie. I've stayed at 85 of their properties. My problem with the Four Seasons, for instance, is that a few years ago, staff were always number 1. Number 2, guests, because they knew service, everything else would be good. Now, the owner is number 1 Inherently, the owner's wife and children are number 2, and staff are being pushed down the list. You would not get a Four Seasons member of staff on the market, whereas now the market's flooded with them. Is this going to be a problem? I mean, talking to John and to Katerina earlier, where finance is now taking over hotels, is the problem with hotels is that the more they have to be returning money to investors, the staff are going to get squeezed out. Derek?
I think stakeholders are obviously hugely important because they're your lifeblood for your future investment and so on. But I mean, I think the very worst nightmare is to have an owner who thinks he's a hotel manager and ask the hotel manager to be in some way a director. So I think the best properties are the ones where owners are hands-off and are long-term investors and don't get involved in that kind of difficulty. But it can be very challenging, that's certainly true. I'm talking about the essence of characters in the hotel. For me, a luxury hotel needs to have certain key people that are recognizable in and out, year in, year out on a business. I mean, just before I came away here, to give you an example, we've got a character in London who's one of our long-term valets, and he said, oh, sir, he said, I understand, I pressed your suit, so I understand you're going to Athens for a... He said, that must be a bit daunting, isn't it, getting on the stage and talking to that? I said, well, you know, it's sort of one thing we do from time to time. And he said, well, yeah, he said, I don't think I'd like that. He said, it's a bit like being asked to wash the Queen's underwear. So I said, well, why is that? He said, well, it's a great honour, sir, but nobody really wants to do it.
And has he cleaned the Queen's underwear?
Well, yeah, he's been at that, I think, yes.
Okay, I'll say something to this, what you mentioned, and related to the staff. So we opened our property and we were looking for this Japanese young ladies crowd who are married, but they travel in groups because they spend a lot of money, and we were not able to get them to our hotel because they were staying at the competition, which was far much more established and had more global presence. And we didn't know how to get them. And we had a Japanese staff. So this is what the kind of empowerment, freedom, and passion we do with the staff, because we listen to them and we do what they want us to do. So she said, you know what Japanese behavior is? She said, we can be winners. I said, how? She said, Japanese ladies do not send their intimate clothing to the laundry. And all these Japanese ladies, when they're staying in these hotels, they're washing their intimate clothing in a bathtub and hanging on a cloth line. So I said, what are you trying to say? She said, put washing machine and dryer and you have them tomorrow. We did that. 80% of the Japanese ladies coming to Bangkok, staying with us now.
I've learned something new. Intimate clothing.
So this is the power of how much you listen to the staff and how much staff is involved. So this all comes with a fairness. And fairness is not that you always ignore what they're doing. When you ignore what they're doing, then they get upset.
Obviously, this conference is International New York Times and EHL, probably the most famous hotel school in the world. And they produce many, many graduates from all the hotel schools around the world. I've been lucky enough to meet 2 or 3 general managers who started off as bellboys and worked all the way to the top. That seems to be an impossibility now.
I was a dishwasher.
Well, there we are.
Yeah, so I started as a dishwasher, so there's a huge possibility.
Is there still a huge possibility in this day and age?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. She has left us now. She used to be a Japanese hotel manager, and she started as a doorman. And she was a hotel manager. And she is right now, if I'm not wrong, 33-year-old. Yeah, she's left us, she's 33-year-old. So there's a huge possibility. It's actually, I don't work. That's my hobby when I go to work. That's what I love about. And this is what you need to create in each and every member of your family who's coming. And once you are able to do that, you can be anywhere in the world.
Derek?
Well, I've got certain views on that. I think there are certain levels people can reach and certain aren't. I certainly think we have probably 25% of our total inventory that we would like to turn into really high-flying, 5-star luxury hotel managers. But there is a certain issue. I get a number of, what irritates me, I get a number of parents who can't seem to place their children into university, can't place them into any job, and at the very bottom of the list appears to be the hotel industry. They say, oh, well, you know, Johnny's not very good at anything, really, and they read that hotel managers are master of, you know, jack of all trades, master of none. So they pitch them up to me and they say, Johnny likes meeting people. And when you meet Johnny, you find that although he might like meeting you, he's really rather unpleasant. And I find that enormously irritating, that we're kind of, as an industry, considered to be the bottom of the pile of choices of what people should do. But to be a successful hotel manager, which is exactly what the graduates come out of Lausanne with, you have to be numerate, you have to be literate, you've preferably got to speak at least 2 languages if you want to get anywhere, and that shouldn't just be English and pidgin English, where I notice the English shout at people when they're not understood. And I think that you need to be able to have some social skills, and above all else, you need to have a real sense of hospitality. So if you've got all of that, and you're getting, I think that Lausanne produces people like that, which is great, and we try to employ people like that as well that are going to actually achieve.
The whole idea that you can teach someone to pour coffee, but you can't teach someone to serve the coffee.
Possibly, yeah. Wait, but by the way, what happens in your place? Do they put the milk in before the tea, or do they put the tea in before the milk?
Okay, I think we don't put, we leave it to the guest. No, seriously. When you stay at our property and you ask for a tea in the morning with your wake-up call, we give you a wake-up call and tell you that the tea is waiting outside. Because at a morning time, we do not want to enter your room, because that's the most private time of yours. So our people take care of small details when you land at the airport, and when the airport rep meets you, while we are tagging your bags, we ask you at the airport that do you want to be called by the name or not? Means we keep on changing the organization. Our last company was Brain Juicer, and before Brain Juicer, so our satisfaction was much higher than the Changi Airport for the guests and the employees who were staying with us. So just to give you an idea that these are the companies, when they benchmark, that is the level we are able to create.
Chaps, I do have to wrap it up, but obviously we have a lot of employers out there. Okay. What advice, in a Twitter sentence, God, I hate using that phrase, what advice would you give them when they're trying to employ new people in the hospitality industry? What is the one thing they should look for? Deepak?
Look for passion.
What? Look for what?
Passion.
Oh, passion. I thought you said look for cash.
I said, look, when you're hiring employees, look for passion, don't look for skills.
Okay. Derek?
Yeah, I think looking for the real hospitality social skills is the first key.
Derek Pico, thank you very much indeed. Deepak Gori, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and the only reason we're taking this 10-minute break is because when you return, there will be food on your table. I did this hot potato test for the first time about 2 months ago, and it's brilliant. If you miss it, you've missed out. So I'll see you back here in about 10 minutes' time.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please leave the room? If you could please leave the room so that we can let the hotel set up the tables. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting hungry. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final experience, luxury experience of this two-day event. Firstly, if anyone is allergic to olive oil, salt, or potatoes, please put your hand up now. We're all good. Fantastic. So, a few weeks ago, when I came, I think it was my second of my 5 visits to Athens, I was introduced to this lovely gentleman who basically said to me, "What kind of olive oil do you use at home?" And I thought to myself, well, Italian olive oil. Extra, 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 extra virgin olive oil. And he said, why? I said, because I go to my supermarket, my high-end supermarket Waitrose, and they have rows and rows of it. And I trust my supermarket. And he said to me, do you realize that Greek olive oil is actually better than Italian olive oil? And I looked at him and I said, olive oil's the same to me, whether it comes from Greece or Italy. And then he went through the science of olive oil. And basically the reason why Greek olive oil is not that well recognized around the world is because it's just marketed incorrectly. And ever since then, I've been on a one-man mission around the world to educate people on olive oil. I don't drink olive oil, I drink whiskey. But if I did drink olive oil, I would only drink Greek olive oil, because it's better than the Greek wine. However, I was put through this beautiful, beautiful, how can we put it, this experience of learning how you can tell the difference between a good and a bad olive oil. It's called the hot potato test. And I've staked my reputation on the next 15 to 20 minutes. So I would like to invite the CEO of Gaia, Mr. Aris Kefliogiannis, to come up and go through the hot potato test. Aris.
Hi, Varun. I'll be quick. Yes, I know. Got the message. Also, if you have allergy to oregano, you should also leave the room. Let me add to that. Okay, where does the world's best olive oil come from? Come on. Who? Greece, yes. Anybody would say Italy? Varun touched upon that. Yes, we have one vote for Italy. Spain? Spain? Spain, there you go. Chile, Australia, California. Croatia, great olive oil comes from Croatia as well. Well, let me help you a little bit with the myth. Let me take you to the next step. Let me tell you first of all what we, all people living in the Mediterranean area, believe. Whether we are Italians, whether we are Spaniards or Greeks, we are absolutely and totally convinced that the best olive oil in the world is not Greek, Italian or Spanish, it's My Village's olive oil. My Village's olive oil is the absolute best. Now, the real truth is that using best practices with a good climate and a good olive variety, you can have an exceptional olive oil from any part of the world. You can get super quality olive oil as you get exceptional wines from any part of the world. So why do we Greeks say that we have the best olive oil in the world? There are 3 reasons for that. First of all, because 80% of our production is extra virgin. Extra virgin is the fresh juice of the olive. Imagine you have a lemon tree, you pick the lemon, you squeeze the lemon, you have the fresh juice of the lemon. So extra virgin olive oil is the fresh juice of the olive. And 80% of the Greek production is extra virgin, which is the top quality grade. The equivalent percentage in Italy is 50%, and in Spain is just 20%. So it is more likely that you will get an exceptional high quality olive oil here in Greece than in any other part of the world. Reason number 2. We know olive oil better. Why? Because we consume more. And these are, by the way, these are not Greek statistics. This is International Olive Oil Council, which is part of United Nations, so it's totally objective. So we consume more. 17 liters per person per annum in Greece, it's 11 in Spain, 9 in Italy, 1.5 in France, Northern Europe below 1. We use olive oil everywhere, in breakfast, in lunch, in dinner, starter, main course, dessert. And third, and most importantly, and this is, I think, the tie also with today's event, olive oil is an ancient luxury and has been part of our food and our culture for 4,500 years. No other nation in the world has such a rich history and culture in olive oil, starting from the first world olive press that was found on the island of Crete, 2,500 before Christ. And then looking into our history, you can see being a very important part of our nutrition. But not only that, in social life, in medicine, Hippocrates, as a cosmetic, as the first prize for professional games. The Panathenian Games were professional games. The winner could win the olive oil for a year for his family. The Olympic winners in the Olympic Games were crowned with an olive branch. And then if you look into the modern Greek history, again, it's not only part of our food. In the christenings, in all the ceremonies, in our culture, everywhere, olive oil dominates everywhere. So these are... Okay. I'm happy anyway with the conclusion, so I'm going to challenge the numbering. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about olive oil. How can we find out if our olive oil is good? If we were professional olive oil tasters, what we should be looking at, what are the characteristics of olive oil? The International Olive Oil Council says that when you're tasting olive oil, you should be looking at 3 positive characteristics. These are the 3 things that you should find in the olive oil. The first and foremost is fruitiness. And fruitiness is a sensation you get through the nose by smelling. And it's the sensation you have of fresh olive fruit, of fresh olive leaves, of the countryside after a sudden rain. If you have been out in the countryside after a sudden rain, you know this smell, or fresh lemon grass. This is the sensation a fruity olive oil should give to you. And then the other 2 positive characteristics is bitterness. It's a slight hint of bitterness that you feel in the latter part of your mouth, you know, latter part of your tongue. And bitterness is a great characteristic for gourmet cooking, for big cooks, for whoever prepares food. And the last but not least is the pepperiness, this spicy feeling when you swallow olive oil. You feel the backside of your throat burning. This is called pungency, pepperiness, and it's definitely a positive characteristic. So this is what you should be looking at if you are an expert olive oil taster. Let's start bringing the potatoes, because Varun is getting anxious. Okay, now, how could you perform an olive oil tasting? You know, if we had a lot of time here and a lot of glasses, you just pour olive oil in a wine glass, and then you do the unthinkable. You just touch the glass like that because you really want to warm the olive oil. You want to bring the olive oil to 25, 26 degrees Celsius. With your other hand, you should keep the glass closed because the aromas, you don't want them to evaporate. And then after you have warmed it a little bit, you know, you swirl it a little bit and you smell, and then you try to find the olives, the olive leaves, fresh lemon grass, the countryside after the sudden rain, this sensation. Then if you are very, very brave, then you should take a small sip, and a really small sip. When we say small, means a teaspoon. And the reason it shouldn't be more than a teaspoon, because if the olive oil is really of exceptionally high quality, it will burn your throat. And if you take more than 5 ml, you will start coughing, and it's not going to be the most pleasant experience, although you have tasted the highest quality of olive oil. Now, of course, this sounds a little bit difficult for consumers. When you tell them these things, they start getting a little bit nervous. How am I going to do that? So therefore, we have devised a test, which is very easy, and it is infallible, and this is what we will be doing shortly. But before we go into that, let me explain to you about this peppery feeling, this burning of the throat. You know, several years, 2 years ago, a professor in Philadelphia, he was a biologist, he was doing all of his life tests with ibuprofen. I hope I'm saying it correctly, which is Advil, you know, the strongest anti-inflammatory pill in the world. And as he was testing ibuprofen one day after he has exhausted all kinds of tests, he said, now I'm going to taste it. So he swallowed ibuprofen, it was tasteless. But as he was swallowing it, it started burning his throat. So then after 3 months, out of a total coincidence, he tasted olive oil. And he felt that somehow the burning of the throat was similar. So he carried research at the University of Philadelphia and found a substance in olive oil called oleocanthal. And oleocanthal has exactly the same pharmaceutical properties like ibuprofen, which means if you are a Greek, you use 50 ml of high-quality extra virgin olive oil in your daily diet. You are taking, in a totally natural way, through your nutrition, 10% of Advil, a very strong anti-inflammatory substance, through your nutrition. So this is the burning of the throat. The bitterness is also another very, very strong antioxidant and anti-inflammatory substance. Now let's go back to the hot potato test. I need a hot potato here as well. All of you have a small bottle of olive oil. This is more or less the size for a medium-sized potato. I can see here we have half a potato, so we won't be using it all. And the hot potato test goes like this. It's very simple. You just open the bottle. I will be repeating that because it will take a little bit of time for all of you to have a potato. And put a little bit of olive oil on top. And then the hot starch of the potato releases all the aromas of the olive oil. So if the potato is really steaming hot and you pour the olive oil, then you just have to smell. Just smell and try to detect fresh olive leaves, fresh olives, freshly mown grass, the countryside after the sudden rain. This is the kind of sensation that you should get. The test is infallible. If this was a medium or low quality olive oil, the smell would be heavy. Heavy and unpleasant. You don't need to be an olive oil expert to detect. Okay, so this is the hot potato test. This is the easiest way. You picked up a bottle of olive oil from your local supermarket. You go back home. You want to find out if you pick up the right stuff. Just do the hot potato test. And because the whole world is in crisis, you know, we never throw the potato away. Then you just take a knife and a fork, you cut a little bit of the potato. You add a little bit more olive oil. The potato absorbs the olive oil beautifully. And then you start pressing with the fork. Start pressing the potato with the fork. Press and press until you create a potato mass. You may need a little bit more olive oil to make the pressing easier. This is more or less how it should look. You may need one more drop of olive oil. Don't be afraid. Olive oil is very good for you. So keep pressing, and once you are done, you have a coarse salt on your table. Just add a pinch of salt. And then a little bit of wild oregano. If you don't have, you have also a little bit of wild oregano on your table. If you don't have a wild oregano, you can use freshly chopped parsley or chives. And then a final pressing and mixing. Okay. And a little bit more of olive oil. So this is what you end up, a fabulous potato mass. Yes, and now you're allowed to taste. And while tasting, you're able to get also the fruity flavors of the olive oil, a slight hint of bitterness, a little bit of the burning of the throat. This is the easiest way to find out about olive oil quality. Okay, so we said about the burning of the throat and why the burning of the throat is so healthy. You should also know that olive oil has exactly the same fatty acid composition like mother's milk. And then let's talk a little bit about the Greek diet, because the Greek diet, I think, is one of our strongest points when we promote our country, when we promote our tourism, when we have foreign people visiting our country. Let's talk a little bit about the Greek diet paradox, especially if there are any Americans here in the room. You all hear from the USDA that you should limit calorie intake through fat to 20% of your total calories that you take on any given day. Yet, we have the Greek Mediterranean diet that is very well known for being extremely healthy. And here, we Greeks, we take 35% of our daily calories through a fat. But our diet is very healthy. Why is that? Because it's olive oil. Olive oil is an extremely healthy fat. And it's not only that. It's an extremely healthy fat that makes greens and vegetables very healthy. So there is no better way to taste cooked or raw vegetables than using olive oil. And by using olive oil with vegetables that are low in calories, you end up in a very balanced diet that doesn't have a lot of calories overall and that is very healthy and nutritious. And then, how many of you have been to a Greek taverna? You know, our traditional fish tavern. We bring the fish and then we sprinkle olive oil on top of it. And we do this by tradition. But modern research recently in the US has discovered, you know, all of you know, of course, about the omega-3 and how important the omega-3 are, that if you sprinkle extra virgin olive oil on top of a fish that is rich in omega-3, you help your body's metabolism absorb twice as much omega-3 as if you have eaten the fish without the olive oil. So there you go. Traditional wisdom is proven by modern science as being the ideal way of eating great fish. And then, what is that make the Greek diet so interesting is the ideal ratio of omega-3 to omega-6. The traditional diet of the Cretans in 1960 is the only diet in the world where the ratio of omega-6 to omega-3 was close to the Paleolithic diet, the diet for which the human constitution was built. Today in the United States, the ratio is 1 to 17. Now, very quickly, and I'm finishing, Varun, because I see you're very anxious. Mythbusters. Olive oil is not good for frying. Wrong. The higher the quality of the olive oil, the better it is for frying. The lower the acidity, which is a quality indicator in olive oil, the higher the smoking point. 470 degrees Fahrenheit, 215 degrees Celsius. No other vegetable oil can withstand heat so well. Why aren't we using high-quality olive oil for frying? Because it's expensive. But if we can afford it, it is by far the best oil. Light olive oil has less calories. No. If you use light olive oil, you get exactly the same calories, but you lose all the nutrients, all the vitamins, all the great flavor that extra virgin olive oil has. And all olive oils are equally healthy. Wrong again. The higher the quality of the olive oil, the more the antioxidants, the more the vitamins, the more the goodness you do to your own health and to your body. I will finish with that. That's a superfood definition. In accordance to the CIA, the Culinary Institute of America, that was formed, that is the legitimate owner of the title because it was established in 1946 as opposed to the other CIA that was established in 1948. Bill Briva, the head instructor, gave this superb definition about olive oil, and it says, a superfood is a food that has withstood the test of time, has known benefits and no known downsides, that is versatile and makes food nutritious and healthy. And this is where this ancient luxury olive oil becomes a modern luxury because the modern traveler, the modern consumer is looking for wellness. And wellness is a factor of two things, To achieve the state of wellness, you must be very healthy. The Greek Mediterranean diet that is based on olive oil is extremely healthy. And then, of course, once you are healthy, you are able to enjoy life. And part of the joy of life is great food. And with great olive oil and Greek food, you can enjoy a perfect meal and be very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aris. Did we enjoy that? Thank goodness. Okay, well, I've only got a few things left to say before I say farewell for 2014 at least. I hope you've enjoyed this two-day event. I was just been thinking about what we may have achieved here, and I think we may have piqued your senses. We had taste with the olive oil. We had smell from the cigars. We had sound from the music. And as far as eyes, well, you got to see me a lot, and you got to see some of the greatest people in the hospitality industry. I've got a few thank yous. Firstly, to Diona. Where is Diona? Is she here? Diona? Can you stand up, please? Without this lady here, very little would have been done over the last couple of days. Thank you, Diona. There is a box to my back left where there are two lovely ladies who've been sitting there since we started, and they're our translators. So if we could just at least wave at our translators and say thank you. Of course, all the wonderful speakers and the moderators, without whom, well, things would have been very, very difficult. The tech guys over to my right, thank you. All the staff, obviously, who have not only prepared the wonderful food and the drink and have obviously prepared all these hot potatoes. Thank you to them. My biggest thank you goes to Achilles for not only getting me to come to do this for the second year in a row, but for also pushing for this event to come to Athens. And it's so wonderful to be here. Achilles, thank you. Right, so at 5 o'clock, up in the Alexandra Cigar Bar, there will be free cocktails, but no free cigars served. Unless Achilles is going to open up his wallet. There is a gentleman at the back who has just come in to my left. Thank you. Tim Aniadis, who is the GM of this hotel. Thank you for my lovely suite. I believe it was the biggest out of all the speakers. Thank you, sir. Obviously, all the guests that we had today and yesterday, they all had a lot to say. And if someone would ask me which was my favorite, it would be like saying, you know, what's your favorite animal or your favorite child? There isn't one. They're all added to the 2 days. But what am I going to remember? Happiness. Nick Marks, happiness. And the 5 ways to happiness at work. Connect, be fair, support, challenge, inspire. I hope that over the last 2 days that the speakers here have inspired you. Because if they have, just one little bit, then our job has been done. That's it for Luxury Hospitality 2014 from me. The highlight for me, I have to tell you, was that Mrs. George Clooney said that I looked handsome. That was before she met the last gentleman who's going to speak this evening, Mr. Achilles Saltas, who obviously is so much more handsome than me. Thank you.
Well, what can I say? Well, if luxury is experiential, as we've heard so much during the last 2 days, then I've had a luxurious time over the last 2 days, and I hope that you have as well, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, luxury despite this world of technology that we live in, is taking the time out and leaving our cell phones behind and, you know, networking, connecting with each other and finding out what the latest trends are and exchanging cards, exchanging ideas. This is what we do at the International New York Times conferences. But why Luxury Hospitality Conference? Well, the hospitality sector, is such an important audience for us. When people ask me, what is the home market for the International New York Times, ex-International Herald Tribune? That's my first love, our first love for all of us. That's why I slipped yesterday. When they ask me, I say that we have no home market. The home market that we have is in Mr. Ananiadis' hotel room. When one sinks into the couch with a copy of the International New York Times, that's our home market. Or on an airline seat on Aegean or other airlines, or on a yacht. Last year I did have a photo of George Clooney on his yacht reading the International Herald Tribune at that time. So this is our audience. 70% of our papers are read in the sector that you serve. So you are our audience, so I want to thank you very much for being here, for coming from all corners of the world in this hub of the world, the Mediterranean, from ancient times. I want to thank all our sponsors, the Greek National Tourism Organization, Aegean, Laurent Perrier, Agility, Volvo, Punkt, Rush Luxury Films, and of course the Grand Britannia. I'm not going to thank again all these people that Varun thanked. I was going to do it, but I will only second about the translators, the technicians, Diona, Simeon Somokos and his team, Alberto, Kathimerini, our partners here in Greece. I want to thank the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, of course. This is an idea that was really born at the school, as most great ideas are born, and this is why they are our partner, and they bring a lot of knowledge to us, and they enrich this conference. So I hope they've enriched your lives over the last 2 days. And of course, Varun. I mean, when we saw his performance last year, of course he was going to be here this year, and of course he's going to be with us next year, wherever we may go. Varun, you bring so much energy into this. It's almost as adventurous as Odysseus' trip to Ithaca. But I'm glad that our destination has been Athens. So together we have created this experience for you. We hope you've enjoyed it. And I hope it's been an authentic experience for you. It was Panos Livadas from GNTO. His definition of luxury was more or less authentic experience is the new status symbol. And talking about status symbols, if we can call cigars status symbols, Eddie of Davidoff Cigars said that spending more on high quality products in the pursuit of Epicurean lifestyle, that's what it's all about. And yes, I do expect a cigar every time I walked into a hotel room now. And talking about Epicurean lifestyle, it's certainly something that Katerina Katopis knows and coined with the phrase ultra luxury, the best of the best. And this is the success that Amanzoe is despite the odds in this country. A bit but from Banyan Tree, I really would love to have that shower with vitamin D and the lighting effects. Aris Kefalogiannis, maybe luxury is a mashed potato at the end of the day. Kurt Cooper from Rouge, fulfilling the dreams of people, and not only people, but fulfilling the dreams of iPhones through the music box, and thinking outside the music box to bring innovation. And talking about innovation, for those of you that were in Lausanne last year, Jean-Claude Bivet, Hublot's CEO, his words ring true when he stood up here and very passionately said, innovation is the name of the game. Luxury is everything you don't need, as Professor Padermalis said. Maybe luxury is when Varun's ear pops when he takes the happiness poll earlier today. I'm so happy for you, Varun. But talking about happiness, Nick Marks. Luxury could be about mastering our fear and anger and radiating smiles to that 2,000, did you say, people that is in our sphere of influence? So hospitality is about happiness at the end of the day, and happiness is probably what brings luxury. And what underpins all of this is service. And I bring you a quote from someone from last year who said, "Service is the rent we pay for living in this world of ours." It's advice that Greece, Athens, everyone can take in creating luxury hospitality experiences, and we hope to see you next year, wherever it may be. We will let you know very soon at our Luxury Hospitality Conference 2015. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And let's have a drink, and Eddie will have to twist your arm for a cigar or two.